So yeah, this is about four months late, but this is my Wichtel puzzle, the German Secret Santa exchange over on Logic Masters Germany. I got a puzzle in English though, which is interesting, considering that most of the people in that event, like at least a good 50 to 80% of them are all German. I don't know if that means that I got one of the new players that has joined in recent years, or if it means that one of the Germans is being very cheeky and trying to trick me. But yeah, this is the puzzle that I received. Um, and it comes with a cute story too, so let's just jump right into it, shall we? In a quaint workshop at the North Pole, a group of gnomes gathered around a large wooden table, their expressions a mix of frustration and determination. At the head of the table stood Father Christmas, a look of bemusement on his face. Gnomes, what do we procure for Glipperall this Christmas? Father Christmas inquired, stroking his white beard. He delights in everything, but we need something special. Which is probably because, like most Secret Santa events, I just listed all of the puzzle types that I like, mostly pencil puzzles. The gnomes exchanged worried glances. Father Christmas, the gnomes are at odds, one gnome spoke up. Half of us think a simple Tapa puzzle would suffice, but the rest believe Glipperall deserves something more challenging. Father Christmas sighed. Consensus seems as elusive as ever. Why not create a standard Tapa? Even the less industrious among you can contribute to that. His suggestion, however, only served to deepen the divide. Half, perhaps the less ambitious, began crafting a basic Tapa puzzle. The others, feeling underestimated, insisted on something more intricate, a Tapa-like loop, to truly test Glipperall's puzzle-solving prowess. The gnomes labored alongside each other on a joint grid, unified in vision if not in method. Upon inspecting the end product, Father Christmas couldn't hide his confusion. What in blazes is this ramshackle contraption? Can you confounded gnomes agree on naught at all? The gnomes explained that each cell in the diagram was part of either the Tapa or the Tapa-like loop. Seized by a moment of inspiration, Father Christmas began to scribble numbers, ones, twos, and threes, across the diagram, indicating the total number of surrounding edges that belonged to the boundary line. The gnomes observed, somewhat aghast, how he occasionally swept his pen over both the shaded clues of the Tapa and at times, or the shaded cells of the Tapa, and at times even across the loop. It was a daring move, yet he skillfully avoided overlaying any numbers on the gnome's original clues. There, this ought to be solvable, at least I certainly hope so, Father Christmas declared. Satisfied with their creation, the gnomes carefully packaged the puzzle, their spirits lifted by the festive task. So basically, as far as I understand it, it's a permaculture Tapa-like loop where the clues are either Tapa clues, Tapa-like loop clues, or Slitherlink clues indicating the divide between them. I assume that edges of the grid don't count towards that divide. It just says boundary line. It doesn't say like... Yeah, I would assume that's what that means. It's not like an actual Slitherlink loop. It's just a line from one edge to the other. Okay, let me switch over to the actual puzzle. I'll hide this. Bring that down. Move this over here. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. This over you can here. Go away. Whoops. Shut up. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for this puzzle because it is like the stupid sort of shit that I would do in a puzzle. where all of the clues are either Tapa like loop or like division between them. It kind of looks like the division's gonna run through here, actually, doesn't it? All these 1, 2s, and 3s. But it's also like Tapa like loop for whatever reason is my Achilles heel. I cannot. The genre for some reason just does not play nice with me. I don't know why, but that is the case. All right, let's just start. Let's just jump into it. Where to begin on this puzzle? Obviously, there's certain clues that can't be Slitherlink clues because they have more than one number in them. So they have to be either Tapa or Tapa-like loop. But it seems like a lot of them could be either. This guy's a little interesting because I don't think it could be a Tapa-like loop clue. Let me just think, because if it were a Tapa-like loop clue, it would have to do something like this. And it would either crash into the 2, 4 or the 1, 5. But could it crash into one of those if they were in... Definitely not if they're Tapa-like loop clues. And I assume not if they're Tapa clues either. Because then... each cell in the diagram was part of either the Tapa or the Tapa-like loop. So that means that if they are Tapa clues, that they're not part of the Tapa-like loop. Which I do think that means that that would be invalid. So I think this has to be a Tapa clue. I don't know how to mark that. Let's go blue. No, actually, let's go green. We'll go green for the Tapa, and then the Tapa-like loop can just be some solid color. Does that actually help me, though? Okay, it's probably these clues up in the corner, right? The 4 and the 1, 1 are interesting, because if they're part of the same thing, it would surely have to be something like this, right? Something like that or that. I don't think they could both be Tapa-like loop, could they? Because the loop would go, yeah, they couldn't both be Tapa-like loop clues. Could they be one of each, though? I mean, maybe the Tapa could go like that. No, actually. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this is a little interesting, because I don't think this can be a Tapa-like loop clue, can it? If this were Tapa loop, then it would have to go like that. That would make all of this Tapa loop. And surely the 4 is going to have troubles now. Oh, could it be a Tapa clue? It could. Wow. Yeah, it could be it could be shaded out like that, and both of the 1 clues would be satisfied. Wow. Okay. Could the 1, 1 be a Tapa clue? Surely the 4 has to be Tapa, right? Can we at least say that? Actually, this is interesting. Whether the 4 is Tapa or not Tapa, we're either getting, because it can't run into this cell, you can never You can never shade a clue that's a Tapa or a Tapa-like loop clue. You can shade the Slytherin clues. But if this is Tapa, then it definitely uses this cell. And if this is Tapa-like loop, no, it can't be Tapa-like loop. What am I saying? Yeah, there's no way. Because if this were Tapa-like loop, it couldn't go around the top without being at least 5, so it'd have to come around this side, and that just crashes into this clue. This would have to be a Slytherin clue, and it's clearly not because it's got 2 numbers in it. So this is a Tapa clue, which therefore means this cell is shaded, which therefore means the Tapa clue is either this or this, because if it took both of those, then this border would be 0. Okay. Right, yeah, and if it went this way, then this 1-1 is just broken. It can't be Tapa, because it's got a run of 2, and it can't be Tapa like loop, because it would have to take those guys. So this is not... Well, it doesn't go there, so I can at least shade this cell, and once I shade this cell, then I know all 3 of these are in the Tapa region, and in order for this to be a valid, whatever you want to call that, I need to have this as a border. Which means that this is part of the Tapa-like loop region, which I guess I'll color in brown, maybe? Yeah, why not? And that does mean that this Tapa, yes, now it can't descend lower, so it has to be like that. Can't take that cell. Oh, here's an interesting point. Do I know that the Tapa doesn't just end here? Could this just be the entire Tapa? No, I do know that because this clue is Tapa. It has some shaded cells around it. And these shaded cells have to get there. So they have to continue through here. And then either down or to the side. Either way, one of these is going to be shaded and the other one is going to be Tapa-like loop. This guy surely can't be Tapa now, so it has to be Tapa-like loop. And therefore has to be the way we specified it before. So I get that, I get that. Pretty sure I can't have a checkerboard, because then, yeah, how would the permaculture work? I would be unable to connect. If this were in top, I'd be unable to connect this around to here without separating a Tapa-like loop section. Okay, so no checkerboards. So that's in the Tapa-like loop. Can draw in all of that. The loop has to get out of there, so I can draw in all of that. Do I know which way the Tapa goes? Yeah, I do, right? No, actually, whoa. I think it could still go down. It could still do something like this. I would just need the Tapa-like loop to go all the way around the edge in order to connect. Is that possible? I think it is, weirdly. None of these clues actually look broken. right? The 4 and the 1, 2 could do like that. This 3 could do like that. Oh, no, that would be fine. One of these could be Slitherlink. That 2 is fine. That 2 is fine. No, that's still entirely possible. Wow. So where do I go from here? That 1, 5 is a little interesting, is it? No, because that could be a Slitherlink clue. Same with that 2. One's obviously... Wow. Do these have to be the same? I feel like they do, because they're both going to make use of this cell, right? Whether this 4 is Tapa or Tapa-like loop, it's got to use those 3, and therefore this one. If this 1, 2 is Tapa-like loop, yeah, the 2 is definitely going to use one of those cells, and the 1 is going to use one of those cells, so it has to use that one. And if it's Tapa, the only way to avoid using that cell would be like this, or like that, and that would just isolate this guy in the corner. So these two are part of the same something. Not that that really helps me. Maybe I can do something with the boundary. Like, okay, the Tapa-like loop could take a lot of it. Can the Tapa take a lot of it? That 3 could totally be Tapa. We just discovered these could both be Tapa. Huh. This is fascinating. I genuinely have no idea. Okay, this 2 is maybe a little interesting. If it's Tapa-like loop, it's not even that constrained. If it's Tapa, it's also not that constrained. In conjunction with the 1, 3 somehow, maybe? I can see that the 1 from the 1, 3, if it were Tapa loop, it couldn't go here and it couldn't go there. But both of those still seem plausible. This one's still possible because the 3 would have to crash into either the 1 or the 2, but it could do that. That's fine. They could be permaculture clues. Is there something interesting about that triple 1 clue? That I know it has to be. I'm wondering if I can do anything with, like, say, if I knew this cell was shaded, surely it has to escape this way, right? Like, if it went into here, yeah, I can't go into there. Those cells can't be shaded because they would have to be top occluse in that case. So if that were shaded, it would have to do like that. And surely this 2-4 would have to be Tapa as well. But that's fine, it could easily be. And same thing for this 1-5. I know at least one of those is going to happen, because I have to take at least one of those cells around the 1-1-1, but I don't know which cell that's going to be. Or possibly both. Could it be both? Yeah, I think it could be both. That would be fine. I could have like this and this would work. Is it the other way around somehow? Like I can disprove the top of going this way? But that just seems so unrestricted. I really only get one cell from that. Wow. Well, this is absolutely the sort of thing I like in a puzzle where it looks like there's just no progress you can make. Where am I going to be able to find something in this grid? This 2-3 on the edge, could that be top a loop? Because it's next to this 1-3, which is really interesting. I guess they could go like here. Something like that would be fine. Could they be regular Tapa? Yeah, they could take the same set of cells. Are there any like meta restrictions on where the shaded cells can go in the Tapa portion of the grid? I don't think there are. Like there's nothing that would say the entire border has to be shaded or unshaded. It could easily touch the border in multiple places. Are there any meta restrictions on the Tapa loop side of things? I don't know. It's almost getting time for me to just start playing around with things to see if they work. Here, okay, this is a little interesting if this line goes this way. Because then if the 2 were top a loop, it would have to close immediately. If it goes down here, the 2 would have to be... Oh, but that's fine, isn't it? That 1-3 is still possible in a lot of ways. Like that, for instance. And then I just need 2 borders around this guy and 1 border around this guy, which... Yeah, something like that would do it, I think. Oh, that is a little... That wouldn't quite work, but no, I could do... like that, maybe. That would be okay. No, no, that wouldn't be okay. That is weird. Because now this loop end is getting trapped. It can't escape around this border. Basically, this edge and this edge count as edges of the topple-like loop section. And so I've got a single loop traveling through this section. I'd need 2 of them to travel through here. And if that doesn't work, then... Boy, this is... Does anything work? Because I couldn't go like that for exactly the same reason. I don't think I could go like that. Yeah, because again, that's an edge. I don't even think this makes sense as a construction anyway, so I'd have to do like that. Surely this doesn't work either, right? It doesn't feel like it works. But I can't put my finger on it. Well, okay, easy way to put my finger on it. This line would be going into the 1-3. Forget the geometry of the grid, that's just broken. But it does feel like there's something deeper going on here too, doesn't there? Like, how am I going to connect in this state of the world? This is all Tapa. How am I going to connect that to the other Tapa? Yeah, it's going to have to go around like this, and that's going to isolate the loop. There's no way the loop's ever going to get connected. That is wild. Wow, there's some deep logic going on in this puzzle. So what am I saying? I'm saying if the line went this way, it couldn't go down. It would have to go this way. This 2 would have to be Tapa. And that's also not fine. Whoa! Because once the 2 becomes Tapa, again, it's somehow connecting around to this Tapa, and this section of the loop is isolated. It can never connect to... What is going on? Okay, there's definitely something bigger at play here that I'm missing. Okay, here's a point. I can say for a fact that this cell is not Tapa. Because if this cell were Tapa, we'd have a single loop end going through this channel. And anytime you have a line all the way across the loop, it has to cross it an even number of times. It can't cross it an odd number of times. So that is part of the top loop. Now, how do I concisely... What is it about the other version that just doesn't work? Can this 2 be Tapa? If it is, it would force the Tapa loop to go... No, the 2... Why can't this 2 be Tapa? I can see why it can't, but what's the, like... What's the rule that I'll be able to apply in the future here? Okay. Yeah, here's the point. Right. If this 2 is Tapa, then I can't have an odd number of line segments through here, but I also can't have 0 line segments through here because I clearly have loop on this side and loop on this side. If no line segments cross this boundary, which clearly they don't, then I've got 2 loops. 2 distinct loops in the Tapa-like loop section that are split into pieces. So anytime I have... Yeah, that's the point. Anytime I have Tapa, or even just border, on both sides of a Tapa-like loop area, I need... And if I know that there are loop segments in both sides of it, then I need 2 loop segments to cross through the channel between them. I need 2 loop segments in order to connect this to this, which I think means that, like, this has to be Tapa-like loop, because if this were Tapa, I would again have 0. This has to be Tapa-like loop, since I can't use this segment. If this were Tapa, I'd need the lines to go across like that. This has to be... This has to be... And the 2 has to be. Because the absolute, like, smallest way I can get these guys to join up would be something like that. So all of these cells now are part of the Tapa loop section. Wow, okay. This puzzle is cool. And that means that the 2 is a Tapa loop clue, which at the very least means it doesn't go into those cells. And that means that it can't go... Yeah, okay, that's fairly straightforward. It can't go this way because it would close on itself, so it has to go this way. Fair enough, and this loop can't come down into here now. Now, this loop end, it's got a very long way to get around to rejoin, so I can do more shading. I think this has to be, that, even this, right? Because if this were Tapa, yeah, there would be only a single line across this boundary. This, I think, all of these guys around that X... Not sure about this. I think technically, yeah. Because if I didn't, then it couldn't go like that, but we'll probably get that cell an easier way. These both have to be, and everything around them as well? Yes. Yes, I believe so. Yeah, it's basically, that's the easier way of looking at it. It's basically the minimum radius that the loop can get around to reconnect with itself. In fact, I think this as well. Because if this were Tapa and came around like that, the loop would reconnect with itself like that. And again, we've got two areas. Yeah, the point is I can't get two segments through this channel. No. Well, what is the point here? This channel. I can't get two loop segments, I can only get one. So that's Tapa loop. I really want to say that this 1-3 is Tapa loop now. Oh. No, I was about to say it doesn't matter. I was going to say if it's Tapa, then we get this. And if it's Tapa loop, then we also get this. But no, the 3 could be this side on the Tapa loop. Surely it can't be Tapa though, right? Like, if this were Tapa, it would have to be that specifically. That is just barely possible though, isn't it? That would just barely work. Okay, what if it's Tapa loop? If it's Tapa loop, I definitely have that. But again, multiple places for the 3 to go. Something like this would be fine. Okay. So maybe I'll need to look elsewhere. Maybe this 2-2 is interesting. Are you interesting? No, it's these guys that are interesting. Right, because these are now both... Well, actually, I don't know about these. I do know about this guy. You're a Tapa-like loop clue. Did I jump to conclusions there? Could it have been a Slitherlink clue? It's definitely in the Tapa-like loop section. No, if it were a Slitherlink clue... This is complicated, but I don't think it works, because then all of this would have to be in the Tapa section. The Tapa loop would basically wrap back around on itself like that, right? Well, not necessarily could go through there. Oh, I'm not sure I actually properly considered this case. It might be possible for it to be Slitherlink. Let's just have a look at this. If this were Slitherlink, this would all be Tapa. Not necessarily unshaded, it would just be Tapa. Well, the 1-3 would definitely be unshaded. The 1, could it be... I think it could be Slitherlink. It could do something like that. And the 1-3 could do something like that. That's fine, right? The 1 is a Slitherlink clue. The 2 is a Slitherlink clue. The 1-3 is a Tapa clue. Oh, man. Okay. So, can I learn anything? Because I just went down 2 fairly long paths that both seem fine. Whether the 2 is Slitherlink or Tapa Loop. I guess either way I learned that these 2 cells, well, in fact, these 3 cells are in the same region. I just don't know which region that is. If they were in the Tapa Loop region... I mean... the 1 could still be Slitherlink. In fact, it would have to be, wouldn't it? Okay, maybe that doesn't work if they're all in the Tapa Loop. Because the 2 would prohibit any of those cells from containing loop. And that would surely break the 1-3. Yeah, okay. So, if the 2 is a Tapa Loop clue, as mentioned before, the loop couldn't go like this, so this would be no good, 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 and this would be no good. But also, because of the logic we did before with, this loop having to get around, all of this would have to be in the Tapa Loop region, meaning this would have to be a Tapa Loop clue. And how could it possibly be a Tapa Loop clue? Where is it getting a 1 and a 3 from? It's only got 3 cells to work with. And this one can't even be a 1. It would have to be... yeah, there's just no way. It would turn this into a 1, but then that would break the 2 clue, because it would have this and then a 1 down there. Yeah, okay, so it's not... the 2 is not a Tapa Loop clue. It is a Slitherlink clue. Which gives me this. Which gives me this. Which I need the loop to get around this 2 to join back onto the rest of itself. What do I know about the 1-3 being Tapa? I think it means that at the very least, these 2 cells both have to be in the Tapa region. Well, actually, no. The Tapa region could do something like that. Well, no, it couldn't. Could it? Only if there were no shaded cells anywhere on the bottom of the grid. Or, boy, this is complicated. There could be shaded cells on the bottom of the grid, but it would have to wrap around it in a very weird way. Like this would have to connect to that like so. Yeah, okay. I think that is technically possible. So no, I can't say that these two cells are definitely in the Tapa region. Well, yes, I can. What am I talking about? If okay, this is the point. If this cell was not in the Tapa region, this 1, 3 has a shaded group down here, it's the 3, and a shaded group up here, which is the 1, and the only way to join them together would be through this channel, through the clue itself. So this is, and I think for the same reason this is, because if I had that, the 3 would have to be up here. I'd have a 1 either there or there, and wherever I put the 1, it would have to connect through this channel. So that's also part of the Tapa group. This is a really wild puzzle. I'm absolutely loving it, though, all the connectivity deductions. And now I'm pretty sure this 1 cannot be a Tapa clue. Doesn't it have to be a Slitherlink clue? If it were a Tapa clue, then this 1, 3 could only have one of these cells, 2, 3, but it needs 4 shaded cells. So yeah, this 1 is a Slitherlink clue, and we get another edge. Whoops, nope, edge. So that is part of Tapa loop. This puzzle is wild, but it's very cool so far. I'm slowly understanding the nature of all the deductions that I need to solve it. Where to now? I guess I know. No, not necessarily. Could go like that. But either way, this is definitely shaded. Yes, because if this cell were unshaded, again, this 1 to 3 needs. Well, it can't have shaded cells on both sides of this boundary, because they'd have to connect through the boundary. If this is unshaded, then it means either all of this is unshaded, which obviously doesn't work, or this is unshaded, and I can't fit a 1, 3. I can't fit a 1, 3 on either side of the clue. They'd have to be on both sides of the clues, and they'd have to join through this channel. So this cell is shaded. And I think I know it has to be part of the 3. Yeah, because if it were a 1, it would just be absolutely trapped. So it is part of the 3. It at least takes that cell. And that means that the 1 is somewhere up here. There's surely more wild connectivity logic I can do. Like I can see if this 2, 2 were part of Tapa, then the shaded would have to connect through here. Well, and that doesn't work. Right? Or could it connect around like this? Maybe it could. Yeah, maybe that's okay actually. No, it's if the 2, 2 were part of Tapa loop that it would have to connect up through here. something like that. But I think that's still fine for the top of loop. I could have like, I mean, it'd have to be something like that, which breaks the 3. Was oh my gosh, this puzzle. Is that right? Hang on. If this is part of the Topple loop, I once again have a channel that I need to connect through. This time it's this channel in order to get the 1 shaded cell connected to the 3 shaded cells. So the shaded guys have to come up like this. This 1, 3 would finish like that. And the shaded cells have to come like this. So this is all Toppa, which means that where does the 2, 2 get its Toppa loop from? It would have to be, well, okay, let's start with the obvious. It would have to be here and here. No, it wouldn't. This is why Topple loop messes with me, because it could do that. That would be fine. Yeah, okay. I want to say the 3 has to go like this, but it really doesn't. Like, I don't need any shaded cells in this part. I could just connect the Topple loop like that, and I'd be fine. Oh, I just did a really wild thought. If the Topple loop does wrap around to here, like all the way around the edge of the grid, doesn't that mean you need to have this? I think it does. And that would be very forcing on the 1, 1, 1, which would have to go like this. And then it's probably going to be this scenario we looked at earlier with the 1, 5 and the 2, 4. That feels very likely, actually. Hello, cliche. I've been sitting on this one for a while, though. No, I'm not seeing any reason that immediately breaks, nor am I seeing any reason that it would be forced. I feel like it's going to be forced. I just don't see why yet. The 2, 2 clue could easily be Toppa or Toppa loop. We looked at both options and both of them seem fine. Oh, wait. No, could it be Toppa? I don't think so. Yeah, If this clue were Tapa, then how does this guy connect to the rest of the shaded cells? Well, specifically the 1-1, because it could connect through here to whatever this section is. But I do know that there's shaded clues on the other side of this boundary as well that it needs to get to. It can't go up, because then the 3 is finished and the 2 is finished, so it would just stop there. It also can't go down, because then, again, the 2 is finished. It would have to keep going down, and as soon as it goes into this 3 becomes a Slitherlink clue, and it boxes it in. It would have to have Tapa-like loop surrounding it. Yeah, I think that's right. So this can't be a Tapa clue. It has to be a Tapa-like loop clue. And that means that our previous logic on it is good, which was what exactly? Well, first of all, in order for this to connect to the 1, it can't connect through here. It can't connect through there, because those are different areas of the Tapa, so to speak. They're like little pockets that the Tapa-like loop is enclosing. It has to come through this channel. Yeah, that's the point. Anywhere there's the Tapa-like loop creates a channel. It has to go through it, and it can't go through into this cell, so it has to go up into this cell. And now there are no shaded cells on this part of it, and it has to keep continuing. The 1-3, in fact, is now done. That's how it finishes. This is unshaded, or... Well, no, it can't be Tapa loop, because if it were Tapa loop, then nothing is coming through these channels. So that is Tapa. Shaded cells come out here. Get to drawing this edge. Don't know what they do with the 1-4 yet, but I do know that the 2-2... Oh, no, actually I don't, do I? I was going to say it can't do this, but it could do that. That would be perfectly fine. But okay, I do know that it at least takes this cell and this cell. Because if it didn't take one of those, if it didn't take, for instance, this one, then it also couldn't take this one, and then I'd have to fit 2-2 in 3 cells. So I get those in the Tapa loop. Surely this 1-4, yeah. Because this shaded cell now, it's either going this way or this way. In either scenario, this 1-4 can't be Tapa loop. Because if it were Tapa loop, I could fit in a 4, but the 1 would have to go there, and it would just be stuck. It would have to go into the Tapa. So the 1-4 is not Tapa loop. It is Tapa. Is it interesting that I know that this is going, connecting here somehow? I feel like it means that it can't go around like this. Like, that's going to be really difficult for the Tapa to do. Because I'm going to have to put... Well, not necessarily, but if I did have to put Tapa loop going through there, it would make it really difficult for everything to connect. In fact, the 3 would just be broken. Yeah. Oh, you know what's interesting about 3s? They can never be used for connectivity, for the same reason as down here, that these shaded cells couldn't come through this 3. As soon as they get there, they get stopped. I can't put a a tapa loop section through the 3 either, because as soon as it goes there, then these all have to be from the tapa. So this 3 is effectively a connectivity blocker. It means that this loop here can't go... Well, I was gonna say it can't go any farther than this, but obviously it can't go farther than this. There's a tapa cell here, so it has to close like that. That also, I think, technically means that like none of these cells can be topple-like loop, but I don't really see that how that helps me yet. This 3 could be, it could connect to the topple loop region like that, and that would be fine. It doesn't mean that the 3 is necessarily in the toppa region. The 3 could be in the toppa region, could be in the topple loop region. Does it mean that this one goes forward? I'm not sure it even does. That could all be part of the toppa region perfectly fine, and the 3 could just be a toppa clue. Okay, this toppa is coming out here. I can do that. Draw a few more edges in. Oh yeah, and I can also, these are both 2s, so I can draw in those segments. That's just a standard toppa loop thing, isn't it? Because they can't go flat, they have to turn there. This guy can't go into the 3 because again it would end there. But I don't really know if that's worth marking. Ah, this guy can't go here, can it? Yeah, because if it went there, then all of a sudden this is in the topple loop region. And this 3 cannot be a topple-like loop clue, because it would have to be at least 4. And it can't be a slitherlink clue. Oh, could it? Could it be top? No, it can't be a slitherlink clue because it would have to be toppa since it's already got 2 toppa-like loop next to it. And then we'd have a single loop segment going through this channel anyway, which is no good. Anytime I have a channel like that with loops on both sides, I need at least 2 segments going through, or 0 if one of the sides does not have any loop whatsoever. So you can't go this way, you're going that way, which means you're going that way, and therefore out. So I can do all of that. I get these edges. Now I do know which direction this guy's going. That's going to complete the 1-4, actually. I think, yeah, this can't be toppa loop, because if it were, then this channel is going to separate the shading in the toppa. So you're a toppa. You have to continue here. So that's part of toppa loop. That means I can draw in this edge. You can't go into a 2-3 clue, because that can't be a slitherlink clue, so I get that, I get that. These 2 could join, that would be fine. Don't think I know anything about the 2-3 yet. It could conceivably be either Tapa or Tapa loop. Actually, could it be Tapa? Yeah, I think it could. It could do something like that. That would be fine. That wouldn't break the 3 clue, is what I was looking at. There's something going on with this 3 at the top of the grid. I can see a lot of possibilities don't work. But what's the simple one to disprove? Surely it can't be a Tapa loop clue, right? Yeah, Tapa loop clue just doesn't work, because then it would be... It couldn't go into here. So it would have to take this cell, and once it takes this cell, it's got to be that. And this is just not... Where is this loop end going? Nowhere, it's just stuck up here. So it's definitely not a Tapa loop clue, but it could still be in the Tapa loop region. And in fact, this seems extremely likely because it would force the shading to go like that very nicely. So what's the problem if it's a Tapa clue? Well, I guess regardless. Well, no, it could be a Slitherlink clue that's... It could stop there and still be a Slitherlink clue. No, it couldn't. What am I saying? If the 3 is part of the Tapa region, that's a problem, right? What does it mean if the 3 is part of the Tapa region? Either it's a Tapa clue, in which case I think connectivity is broken, or it's a Slitherlink clue, in which case I think connectivity is broken. Okay, it's definitely broken if it's a Slitherlink clue. That's easy enough to see, because it would have to be all of this in Tapa-like loop, and then this border from grid edge to grid edge, so to speak, divides the shaded cells. So it can't be a Slitherlink clue in the Tapa region. And if it were a Tapa clue in the Tapa region, then I would... The Tapa could not enter any of these cells. And how are these shaded cells connecting to these? It would have to come all the way through here. And that would break the 3. It would make it a 4. Because I can't connect through here because of the 3 clue. Well, I also can't connect through here because it's bordered on both sides by Tapa-like loop. So, this is not Tapa region. This is Tapa loop region. It's definitely not a Tapa loop region clue, because then the loop end is just stranded. So it is a Slitherlink clue. which means why can't it do something like that? I think it can actually. I think that's perfectly fine. No, it can't. Ah, right, because this border, the shaded cells have to, these shaded cells have to connect to these shaded cells somehow, so they have to come through here. Could it do something like this? Okay, well, even if it does something like that, I have to get the shaded cells through this gap, because there's shaded cells on both sides of that, so I can shade that. I wonder if there was the easier way to see it was that these cells have to be shaded, irrespective of what the 3 is. Probably, for connectivity reasons. Because they couldn't go through the 3, and they can't go around the 3. They can't go around the 3, because then the 3 would be Tapa and not Slitherlink. Yeah, that's probably the easier way to have seen it. But, and then these 4 would just preclude the 3 from being a Tapa clue, and therefore it would be a Tapa-like loop clue. No, sorry, not Tapa-like loop clue, Slitherlink clue. So, it's amazing how this is still a possibility. That the Tapa loop just goes around the entire grid like that. And the shading on the Tapa would be unique under that world too, because it wouldn't take that cell. That's probably what's going to happen. But why? Why couldn't it do this? That seems like the more natural way to connect the Tapa loop regions together. That would also be unique for the Tapa. Can't avail myself of uniqueness in this situation. If this were Tapa loop, surely that's a problem. Yeah, I think it is, because if this were Tapa loop, the 1 can't come from here. It has to come from there. And then the 2, like, as soon as I put any other Tapa loop into here, it has to go all the way around it. to get back out, unless it... Like, this is a channel of 3, so it obviously can't take those. That's a channel of 4, so it couldn't take those. Can't take that, so it'd have to be this, and that just closes on itself. Yeah. Okay, so that's not top a loop. That is in the Tapa region, and therefore a Tapa clue. Now I can ask how the shaded cells get connected to each other. Because again, they can't come through here. So between this border and this border, these two have to connect somehow, coming through here. And they can't connect over the top of the 1, 2, because that would require 3. So they have to connect through here in a 2, and they can't take either of those cells. And then the 1, therefore, well, it can't be this guy, can't be those guys, so the 1 is somewhere over here, which I believe means the shaded cells have to continue. Yes, there's shaded cells on the right side of this divide, so it has to come through the divide, it has to go through there. Surely this can't be Topple-like loop, right? I'm sure that it can't, I just can't see the clean argument for it. No, there's the clean argument. If this is Topple-like loop, then that's border, border. I have to go between them to get the shaded cell connected, and I can't go between them. Yeah, so that's Tapa. This could be Tapa loop, though. No, it couldn't. Wait. Yeah, it could. It could go like that. Yeah. That would make that 2 Tapa loop, though. That would be very interesting. But still just possible, I think. I think the 2 could also be Tapa. Or could it? Yeah. Yeah, something like that would be fine. Both the 4 and the 3 could be Tapa clues. These shaded have to get... They have to get connected to the shaded cell over here, and they can't come across the top. They can't go through here, so they have to take that cell. Is this guy interesting now if it were a 2-3 Tapa? No, because it can still do this. That's probably what it's gonna do. What the heck? Okay. Could it be a Tapa loop clue then? Oh, interestingly, either way, right, here's the point. If this cell is shaded, this 2-3 is broken because it can neither be Tapa nor Tapa loop. It doesn't have enough cells to be Tapa loop. And if this cell is not shaded, how does this shaded cell get connected to the unshaded one? Which in fact is no longer... No, it could still be there. In fact, it is there because it can't go down because it would break the 2-3 clue. It can't go through here because as soon as it touches this, then this becomes Slitherlink, and I get all of those trapping it in. So it has to go up. And once it goes up, the 1-2 clue is now complete. That is the one. So if these are in the top, but they're all unshaded, I don't know how to mark that. I guess maybe yellow. And I know this can't be shaded. So I guess, yeah, that can be yellow as well. Which is almost interesting for this 3, isn't it? Although now there are no more shaded cells I have to connect to, so the topo could just end here. No, it couldn't, because of this clue, which has shaded cells around it for sure. Oh, and it can't get them through this channel. Yeah, so this has to continue making connectivity happen. Can't do it through the 3, so it has to come through here. Can't go into the 4, because 4 is not a valid Slitherlink clue, at least not in this puzzle. So it has to go up. It can't go through the 2, because if it went through the 2 like that, the 2 would be a Slitherlink clue, but the maximum number of edges it could get would be 1. So if it doesn't go through the 2, it has to take this cell. Okay, this is wild. If if it took this cell, the 2 would have to be unshaded. And if the 2 is unshaded, then it can't be Tapa because it's got 3 cells around it. So it'd have to be Tapa loop. Is that right? Or could it be Tapa Slitherlink? No, yeah, that's the point. It can't be Tapa because it's got 3 cells around it. Can't be Slitherlink. Or sorry, it can't be Tapa loop for obvious reasons. So it'd have to be Slitherlink, which would make it Tapa loop. And then the Tapa loop is like how this it's got to connect through here. But then we've broken the connectivity for the Tapa. So the shaded cells can't take this guy. They have to go out here. Surely now they can't go down. Because if they went down, what is this for? It can neither be Tapa nor Tapa-like loop. So they don't go down. They either go through the 2 or around the 2. If they went around the 2, surely that's going to break. Oh, maybe it doesn't actually. The 2 could be a Tapa loop clue. And if it goes through the 2, I could have Tapa loop swinging around. Yeah, I think either one works. This one, I would get this. Which is fine for connectivity. I can get all that connected. And if it goes through the 2, it could go like this. And have that whole thing. Oh, but now... Yeah, I think as soon as I got this cell shaded, the Tapa loop can no longer get connected around here. Because now this 2 is clearly not a top of loop clue. Oh no, sorry. One more. Once I got this cell shaded, then this 2 is clearly no longer a top of loop clue. Because it would have to be like those two. Yeah, it just doesn't work. I mean, that's going into the top of region anyway. And if it can't be a top of loop clue, it has to be a Slitherlink clue, and it's not that either. It's only got one border. So the top of loop cannot get connected across the top of the grid. It has to connect over here. So I get this, and this, and this, and this, and that. And in fact, the top of loop cannot reach any of these cells, because if it did, same problem, it would be coming through here. So these are all top of region. And this one needs its one border there. Yes. Very good. Do I know that this 2 can't be... No, it could be in the top of loop region if it's a Slitherlink clue, and it could go like that, and then the top could go like that. That's right. Okay. I do know this isn't shaded. And that's not shaded, so the shaded cells come through there. Yeah, that's right. The 2 is either top of loop or top of. Either way, this is unshaded. Yeah. Okay, now what? The 4 can't be top of loop, because if it were top of loop, it would have to be this. And then the 3 is broken. It would have to be Slitherlink, but it would be a 2 clue. So you are Tapa. And if you're a Tapa, then I can't take that cell, or any of those. So the Tapa is either going around like this, or straight through the 2. Both of which still seem plausible. This cell can't be shaded because it would break both Tapa and Tapa loop for the 3 clue. Oh, but could it be Slitherlink? Maybe. Maybe it could be Slitherlink. No, I don't think it's possible because it would have to get connected through there. Yeah. Is there some problem if this 2-3 is Tapa loop? I'm not seeing it if there is. Yeah, I don't know. That seems fine to me. I could even make the 3 Tapa loop. It could be something like that. But I think it could also just be regular Tapa. Like, that would be fine. It would probably have to go something like this to get connected. Well, that would break the 1-1-2 clue, but you know what I mean. Yeah, it would probably have to be that. Okay, is there work I can do elsewhere on the grid? Oh, maybe it doesn't matter? I can obviously see if the 2 is shaded and I have top of loop cells somewhere up here. No, other way around. If the 2 is, if the top of wraps around the 2, then in order to get the top of loop connected, no, it is the other way around. Sorry. If the 2 is shaded and I have top of loop somewhere to the side of it, then the tapa has to connect to this guy somehow, which means the tapa loop has to wrap around like this. And we probably get this scenario. But is the same true here for some reason that... No, I don't think it is, because I could just do that for the tapa loop. That is perfectly fine, and the tapa can reach down here and grab whatever it wants. Wait, what am I saying? If sorry, if this 2 is tapa loop, how is that gonna work? If I have this, it's got to be like that. That doesn't look possible, right? Oh no, maybe it is. Yeah, maybe it is. I mean, I can certainly draw in borders like this, maybe, but I don't know if that's going to help me, really. It feels like everywhere on the grid has at least a few options for how it works out. Is there a reason this can't be Tapa? It feels like that doesn't work. I'm not seeing it. Oh, actually, here's a point. Yeah. These loop segments, in order to connect over here, they have to escape down here. And there's only 3 channels available. And I don't think they can take the right 2. If they did this in order to escape, then what is this clue? It's not Tapa loop, because where is the 1 going? So it would have to be Tapa. But I don't think it can be Tapa either. The 2 options would be this, which traps this cell, or this, which traps these 3 cells. So if these loop ends can't escape down these 2 channels, then they have to escape down this channel. And now can the 1-3 be Tapa? I don't think so. Because again, it would either be this, and this cell would be trapped, or it would be this, and this cell would be trapped, right? Yeah, I can't go into here. That's not a valid... I can't make that a Slitherlink clue. So, this is a Tapa-like loop clue. Its 3 is done, which means this doesn't continue that way. It has to go down. This is now surely... Yeah, 2, 3. There's not enough room for a Tapa clue around it now, so this is also Tapa loop. Can't take this cell, because that's a dead end. It has to continue down, because it would make 4 if it turned to the right. Has to continue up, because it would make a 4 if it turned to the left, or to the right. Where can the 1 go? I think it could either go there or there. Both of those seem fine, and if the 1 goes there, then the 2 could go like that, or that. Okay, but the 1 definitely doesn't take this cell, definitely doesn't take this cell, so the other loop end that's escaping from up here is coming through there. So that's Tapa loop. This, if it is part of the Tapa, is unshaded, because there's no way I can get the shaded cells through this channel. Same thing with this guy? No, not necessarily could connect around like that. Not that it really matters if this is shaded or unshaded, because there's no Tapa clues that can reach it anyway. how am I going to get this top section unique? It's got to be a 1 here, right? Yeah. Yeah, that would do it. Now I can use uniqueness. Because if this is not part of the top loop, if it did that, then I could either connect these immediately or I could loop around there. I mean, okay, we made some progress, but that doesn't really break me into the rest of the grid. All the other clues are so far away. Is it about this 3? Is that guy useful somehow? If it were a top clue, it would be shading both of those. If it were a topo-like loop clue, that's also fine. Nope, not seeing what to do with that. These guys are a little interesting. I was looking at them earlier when I was just trying to find a place to break into the grid. I feel like it's not possible for them to both be top a loop clues. What's up, Isabella? Yeah, it is pretty insane. But we're making progress. Well, we were making progress. Now we're kind of stuck. Like, where do I even... Everywhere I look, it's got multiple options. So now I'm, out of desperation, I'm going down to this pair in the bottom right, which is probably not where I'm supposed to be looking. I can't see a way to make it work with... Oh no, wait, yes I can. Yeah, that would work. Dang, okay. And obviously there's if it works for Toppa like loop, there's multiple ways to make it work for Toppa. Well, not obviously. I guess there are scenarios in which you could have a Toppa like loop clue that's broken under Toppa because of the 2x2 rule, but what do we do now? Oh, maybe it is impossible. Yeah, okay, this is wild. If this 3 clue were Tapa, it's got shaded cells on this side. But now I've got this kind of cross where these shaded cells can't connect up through here because of the 3 being unshaded. And these loop segments can't connect through here because it would, well, we looked at that before, it just doesn't work. For one reason, this 2 clues saying that it, yeah, why couldn't these clues, because the 3 would have to be Topple Loop or Slitherlink, and it could be neither, that's right. Which means, how am I getting everything connected? If I try and connect the Tapa, I've now isolated the Tapa-like loop from itself, and if I try and connect the Tapa-like loop, now the Tapa is isolated from itself. That is wild. It's like a checkerboard pattern, but without the checkerboard. That's nuts. Okay, so the 3 is not a Tapa clue. Can it even be in the Tapa region? No. No, it can't, because if it were in the Tapa region, it would have to be... Well, no, would it have to be shaded? Okay, let's start with, can it be shaded? No. No, if it were shaded, it's definitely in the Tapa region, and if it's in the Tapa region and shaded, then it has to get connected to the rest of the shaded cells. Oh, but it could just do that. What's wrong with that? That's perfectly fine. Dagnabbit. Okay, is there some reason that it can't be Topple-like loop clue then? I don't think there is. What is the 2-2 clue counting? This one? It's counting this loop segment and this loop segment. No, I think the 3 could perfectly well be Toppa loop or Toppa. Weirdly, I think both of them make this one Toppa loop as well. Do they? No, yeah. Okay, this is weird. This is weird, but I think it's right. If the 1 clue were in the Toppa region, it has to get connected to the rest of the Toppa region somehow. If it connects around like this, basically if I have region borders up here, I've got a problem, because then in order to connect the Toppa loop stuff, it has to come through these channels, which is just inexorably broken for multiple reasons. So the only way for this to get connected to the Toppa region would be through here, which doesn't work, because then how is this one with its shaded cell getting connected to the rest of the shaded cells. It's not. Its connectivity is broken across this channel. Or through here, which breaks because as soon as, again, I try and get the shaded cells connected, now this 3 is a Slitherlink clue, and it gets walled off. So by making this one atop a clue, it needs shaded cells somewhere around it, and those shaded cells have to get connected to the rest of the tapa through this channel, or else break the tapa-like loop. And they can't get connected through this channel because that's unshaded, and that's a 3. So this 1 is in the tapa-like loop region. Wow! It's not here, because now the 3 is surely broken, right? Yeah. Yeah, how could this 3 get 3 borders around it when it's already missing 2? So that's not tapa loop. These obviously aren't. Oh, but I think it still has 3 viable options, doesn't it? This is now not, can't get anything into that cell. I want to say this surely can't be, in fact, none of this can be tapa for the same argument, right? Well, no, not necessarily. It could just be unshaded tapa. Like, that would be fine. I could do that. Yeah. Oh, is it the same thing with these ones? Could you imagine? Let's look at this one. This one seems more restricted. No, actually. Whoa. Oh my god, that's cool. Who made this insanity? This is from Wichtel, the Logic Masters Germany Secret Santa event. So I don't know who made this. I think it was one of the new players, like maybe Naverio or KNT. Well, I know it wasn't KNT. But yeah, because I received the PDF in English, so that's kind of a clue. But, okay, one of these has to be Tapa, which is nuts. Because how is that possible? First of all, what happens if neither of them are Tapa? Oh, but could they be in the Tapa region but be Slitherlink? Oh, I didn't consider that. Yeah, yeah, it could. If this were in the Tapa region, it could be a Slitherlink cell, like that. Oi, oi, oi. Okay, but there's definitely something going on with these ones. Let's see. Because if this is, I can see that if this is Tapa loop, it can't be here. Because then this 2, that's all Tapa loop, and now this is a Slitherlink clue, which means that these both have to be in the Tapa region, and we get checkerboard, which is not going to work. This can't be the one, because it closes the loop. So it would either be here or here, both of which mean that this could not be top a loop. And in fact, could not even be in the top a loop region? No, it could. It could be a Slitherlink clue. Darn, so they could both be in the top a loop region if say that cell were Tapa. And I could have something like that. Darn, I was gonna say that surely that forces the Tapa loop connection to come through there, like if there are any Tapa cells down here. It might still mean that. Does it mean that? If this is a Tapa cell, it at least still means I have to take this cell as part of the Tapa loop, right? Right? Which would be huge, because it would mean this couldn't be a Tapa-like loop clue. If this were in the Tapa region... Yeah, no. No, I've done this logic before. Let's start with... Actually, let's start with this cell. This is the easy one. If this were in the Tapa region, then this gateway here, it has one loop segment going through it. But because this is border to border across the Tapa-like loop region, it needs either 0 or 2 segments going across it. So that's not in the Tapa region. This isn't in the Tapa region for the same argument, because it would... Well, technically it could be, but it would force this, and then we'd have 0 segments going through this channel, but obviously loop on both sides of it. And we need the loop to connect through, so we'd need 2 segments going through there. So this is also Tapa-like loop region. Now where this gets tricky is this cell, which I think has to be in the Tapa-like loop region, because if it were in the Tapa region, yes, it has line across this channel, it has line segments on both sides, so it needs 2 of them crossing this thing, but I can't get 2 loops to go across here. If I do this, then I've got 0 crossing, and I've got 2 loops in the Tapa-like loop region. So yes, this cell is also in the Tapa-like loop region, and so is this one for obvious reasons. Because of that channel. So what does that mean? What does it mean for these 2 ones? If one of them is in the Tapa region, I can see what that means. Actually, it would mean both of them would have to be in the Tapa region, wouldn't it? Because I would get this, which would break both of them being Tapa-like loop clues. If they're both in the Tapa-like loop region, they can't both be Tapa-like loop clues. One of them would have to be a Slitherlink clue, which would make one of these cells in the Tapa region. So at the very least, right, I can say that if all of these cells were in the Tapa-like loop region, then neither of these ones could be Slitherlink. They'd both have to be Tapa-like loop. And that doesn't work because this one couldn't go there, and whichever it goes here would break the other one. So one of these cells at least is in the top region. This one, this one, this one, and this one would all force... Well, they'd force different things. This one would force... Oh! I'm not sure this can be Tapa, because if this were Tapa, I'd need, again, 2 loop segments coming through this channel. But I don't think that's possible. Oh no, it is just possible if the Tapa connects like that and it's just an unshaded cell, right? The edge of the grid does not count as a segment for the Slitherlink clues. So this one, as far as I know, it doesn't. It's one of those weird German things where like the reading of the rules is a bit of a puzzle in and of itself. But I mean, the logic has been working so far, so... Yeah, you'd expect it to break a lot quicker if the edge of the grid... Because if the edge of the grid did count, for this to be Slitherlink, all of this would have to be in the same region. And then whatever this 4 is, the clue is going to run through this. Or is it? Maybe not, actually. Maybe it could do something like that. But I trust the reading of the rules for now. It's gotten us this far, so... I think it's fair to say that if this 1 is in the Tapa region, that it's not shaded. Because if this 1 were shaded, it's got its 1 border there. So all of these would have to be in the Tapa region. This shaded cell would have to connect to this shaded cell somehow, and can't go through here, so it's coming around here. So now how is this loop getting connected? We've got border to border here, so I need 2 segments across it. But now it's just... We've isolated the loop. There's no way to get these shaded connected to each other and also this loop connected to each other. So at the very least, I can say that if this 1 is in the Tapa region, then it's unshaded. Not sure I can say the same thing for this one. It would have to be like that. more or less. But I think the loop could perfectly fine escape. Oh, it would be tricky though. But I think that might work. I mean, this 3 is broken, but that's... Is it even broken though? No, it could be part of that. And be unshaded. Unshaded sleuth line clue. I guess based on the logic before, I can say the same thing about this one. If it is in the top region, it's unshaded. Because if it were shaded, then the loop, in order to get connected, would have to come through here, which it obviously doesn't. It feels so constrained, but I'm just not seeing how. I mean, it can't possibly be this 1-3, right? That's miles away. Is it this 3? Can I do anything with this 3? Yeah, right. Did I just overlook this? No, it not necessarily could. Mm, it's got two options. It could either be a Toppa-like loop clue, or it could be an unshaded Toppa Slitherlink clue. And just connect up through here. Oh, could it possibly be Toppa connectivity? Because I can't go through a 3. Could I go through the 2s? I could though, right? But that would make it tight on the loop. If I went through this 2, for instance, something like that, then what is this 3? It's definitely not Toppa. Oh, I guess it could be Slitherlink. Yeah, that's true. Hmm. If this is Toppa, it's very restrictive on where the shaded cells can go. If it's Toppa-like loop, it's very restrictive on where the loop is going. But either one seems fine. If this loop, if that is Toppa, and that loop goes like that, all right, let's just start drawing stuff. See if we can find anything that actually breaks. Like, could I just do this and that 3 and all of this could be part of, these could all be Slitherlink clues. Heck, that could be a Slitherlink clue. That 2 could be as well. And just connect the shaded stuff like this. Is there anything wrong with that? I'd have a 1-3 there, which I could do like that. That would be fine. This 2-3 would be broken. Okay, maybe it's about the 2-3 clues, or is there some reason that... Is there some reason that this being a topple-like loop clue is dangerous for the grid? I mean, okay, if I have this, and these loop ends are escaping like that, yeah, all of a sudden that's closing the loop, so it couldn't do that, but there are top cells down here. They'd have to all be unshaded. Would they actually, either way is gonna put two connections through there. Just one of them I could do something like this. No, I couldn't do that either. Yeah, that's gonna make a 2. That's gonna make a... Oh, that just works. But now these ones... I mean, they've got to be something like that, maybe, would work. No, it wouldn't work. That isolates the loop. Yeah. In fact, the loop is already isolated as soon as... Yeah, as soon as I do this, this has to join around there. But that's fine, isn't it? It can absolutely join around there. Something like that. And then the loop just goes this way. That also seems fine. Okay, right now this 2 is broken, but I could just... Well, no, actually I couldn't do that, but I'm sure there's some way to make something in this vicinity work. These are quite often Slitherlink clues, though. Is there some reason that they couldn't be... They can't both be topple-like loop clues, I know that. Could they both be Toppa clues? I feel like at least one of them has to be Slitherlink. A Toppa-like loop and a Toppa clue? That might also be possible. No, Toppa-like loop and Toppa isn't possible, because the Toppa one is going to force this, and that's going to break the Toppa-like loop. Could they both be Toppa? I think they could, right? I could have a shaded group like that coming out, joining up to there. The loop would have to escape like this. That's fine. That could be a Toppa-like loop clue and just do that. Well, actually, this end would have to go down. This end would have to go down. That's into the 2. The 2 would have to be a Slitherlink clue. This 1 could no longer be a Toppa-like loop clue. But I mean, this is still fine. This 3 could not be a Toppa-like loop clue. Oh, that is interesting. Is that the point? Yeah, this would have to be in the top region, which would force it to go like that, which would force that to be in the top like loop region. Oh, but I could have that. No, other way around. That would be fine. No, no, it wouldn't, because the three stops there. It would have to come from here. That would be fine. Yeah, that would be fine. Boy, I'm just not seeing any commonalities in any of these. It feels like there's a lot of ways to make this grid work. What am I missing? Maybe I just didn't give the trials over here enough love. So let's see if this is... If that's top a loop, and this is coming around there. Top loop forces this. Now is the Tapa having a hard time escaping? Because it can't go through the threes. And if it goes too far over here, then it's going to break the Tapa loop. In fact, I can already see the top loop can't go down here, because then this is going to be... Can be neither Tapa nor Tapa loop. And if it can't escape through that channel, then it's going to have to escape through these two channels. Which means the Tapa, which also can't escape through this channel, has to escape down here. Can't go through the three, can't go across here. That means it has to take one of the... It can't go through either of the threes or across there. But it could maybe come down through the two. But then what's this three going to be? I guess it could be top a loop and go all the way around the grid. Yeah, that would be possible. The two would have to turn this way though. And then what's this three? Or actually, no, it could go straight down if those were both top a loop and somehow connected around. But isn't that going to break connectivity? No, because they could go around this side. This could still be Tapa or Tapa loop. Actually, could it be Tapa loop? No, it couldn't be Tapa loop anymore. It'd have to be Tapa. And I think it would have to be that. That would make that 3 Tapa, which is fine. Now this seems fine. Okay, let's try the other one. If we go like so, I have whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, that 3's a little interesting, isn't it? Because it's not a Slitherlink clue. If it were a Slitherlink clue, it would be completely isolated. It's not a Topa-like clue like this, because then the loop is going into this 3, which would turn it into a Slitherlink clue, and it would get stuck. So if it's a Topa-like loop clue, it's doing that. If it's a Topa clue, is it similarly constrained? Not as much, because it could do like, well, it couldn't do, but it could do that sort of thing and escape out here. That'll be fine. So maybe that 3's not that interesting. Okay, small point. I don't think these cells can be shaded. If this were shaded, well, let's start with this. If this were shaded, this 3 could not be Toppa. It could not be Toppa-like loop. And if it were Slitherlink, man, could it be Slitherlink? Shit, I think it could. Okay. How about this cell? It's really not as good if this cell has to be unshaded, because what I wanted to say was that the Toppa like couldn't come through here. But if that, even if that cell's unshaded, it could just touch a corner. That's fine. I think it is true that this cell can't be shaded though, because if it is shaded, this is obviously not Toppa. Whether it's Slitherlink or Toppa-like loop, it's definitely part of the Toppa-like loop region. But now, I mean, how is this shaded cell getting connected without trapping the Toppa-like loop region? It's not. The Toppa-like loop region would have to come out here. This shaded cell would have to get connected through here, and that's breaking the 2-3 clue. So I can at least say that's unshaded for sure. This clue is so fascinating. It really constrains the tapa, whether it's tapa loop or tapa. But I just don't think it constrains it enough. Even in the instance where we're going through here. Like, okay, it can't go down here, can it? Because then this would have to be a tapa loop clue, and there's just not enough room for a 112. So I would be able to shade this cell, but I couldn't go across here, so I'd have to go across here. Amazingly, this 3 could still be a tapa loop like that if it were Slitherlink. I think that would force this to be... Oh, is this forced to be? No, only in the scenario where this is tapa loop. Because then I would get that. And it seems like it's difficult for this loop to escape without it is difficult for this loop to escape without breaking that clue. But that only prevents this scenario. I could still have the tapa escape out like that. Would be perfectly fine. And of course the 3 could be a tapa clue as well. And the tapa just goes like that. Yeah, that also seems to work. I don't know. Oh, it's a little constrained there. Wow. I'm not sure it can escape now, but that's the long way down the road that it breaks. And that's just one example that breaks. Am I missing something really big brain? Like somehow this being tapa like loop creates loop issues because it would put shaded cells down here. If this 2-3 is tapa, then surely all of this is tapa. I think I can confidently say that, because otherwise, if any of it were tapa loop, it would have to escape through this channel. So maybe let's look at that. If this 2-3 were tapa, all of this is tapa. That's unshaded. All of those are unshaded. This couldn't be Tapa loops, that would have to be Tapa, so it would have to come through like that. Like, no, it would have to come through like that. Yeah. And then it would have to come through here like that. It would probably have to do this. That 3 couldn't be. I'd have this coming down here, so the 3 couldn't be. Slither link. Or Tapa loop. Blah. Blah. So that actually does break if the 2-3 is not Tapa loop, but wow, that can't be how you're supposed to see that. What is the important bit about this 3? Is it that that cell can't be shaded? But of course it could be shaded. Oi, oi, oi. Hello, Jojo81 Gaming. That's nasty if that's what you're supposed to do. You chose an interesting time to tune in. But honestly, maybe I'll just go with it, because I don't know what else... how else to make progress at this point. How go the puzzles? This one is mental. I don't know how... Oh, thank you for all the follows. I don't know how I'm supposed to make progress past... all the way back we go. Past this point. We got this much. And I think I proved that this cell had to be unshaded, right? Because if this cell were shaded, yeah. If this were shaded, then this 3 could not be a Tapa clue, because it's just not. It could not be a Tapa-like loop clue, because it would have to go into that cell. So it would have to be a Slitherlink clue, and therefore would have to be part of the Tapa-like loop region. But if it's part of the Tapa-like loop region, then however it connects to itself, then this cell is isolated from the Tapa. The only way to get this cell connected to the Tapa would be through here, and that would break the 2-3 clue. So I figured out that cell is unshaded. And then I went on a long chain through here. Honestly, at this point, if you spot something, I wouldn't be averse to backseating, because I haven't found anything. Oh no, is it a chain that started here? I'll show you what I found, and you can tell me if you spot something more elegant. It was basically if this 2-3 is a Tapa clue, then it has to resolve like this. These shaded cells have to connect to this group somehow. So I can't have... If any of these cells were in the Tapa-like loop region, basically, they'd have to connect to their friends through this channel, which they couldn't, because that's part of the Tapa region, or else cut off the connectivity of the Tapa. So all of these would be in the Tapa region. Same thing for this guy, this guy, this guy. Basically anything around here would either have to be Yeah, so all of these are in the Tapa region. I don't know if they're shaded or unshaded. I know this one's unshaded. The important point being that this couldn't be in the Tapa-like loop region. Because again, the shaded cells would have to get connected around, well, through here basically. They couldn't go around it, which is what they're being forced to do. If I connect the shaded cells like this, then I can't connect the Tapa-like loop region. Which makes that shaded. Once that's shaded, then it's a Slitherlink clue, and therefore needs at least 2 borders, so at least one of these borders is valid, which means that no matter what, I've got this Tapa-like loop region escaping through here. The top is getting connected through here. It can't get connected on the right side of this clue, because then with the Tapa loop escaping out there, I'm breaking this clue, whatever it is. If it's a Tapa clue, then I've got 3 in a row, and if it's a Tapa loop clue, then I've got 1, 1, and there's nowhere to put the 2. So it's not coming through here. Has to come through here. And now, if this is a Tapa loop clue, it would have to be this. Oh, did I look at this? Maybe it could be a Tapa loop clue. No, it obviously can't, because where is this edge going? So it can't be a Tapa loop clue, so it has to be a Tapa clue. Which means that this has to continue like that. Can't take either of those cells. It needs a shaded cell either there or there. So this is going down here. Nothing for the 4 on the top left. The 4 is a Tapa clue, so these 4 shaded cells. Right? So one of these 2 cells is shaded, which forces this down around it. Which means this cell can't be shaded, because it wouldn't be able to escape because of the Tapa loop region. So it'd have to be here, there. This one have to escape there. So this Tapa clue is now done. Which means this is escaping here, and once it runs into the 3, well, this also has to continue all the way around the grid, so this 3 can't be a Slitherlink clue, so it would have to be a Tapa-like loop clue, and it can't be a Tapa-like loop clue because that cell is shaded. So that was the bifurcation I did that disproved this being a Tapa clue. I definitely don't think that's the intended step. I'm not quite sure I understand what you mean about the 4 in the top left. This is the Tapa region, right? This whole thing. And the 4 is part of that region, and it's unshaded, so it's a Tapa clue. And it's cluing these 4 shaded cells. Unless you mean this 4 being green, making these all unshaded. Which, yeah, these are either unshaded or they're part of the Tapa loop region. I don't know which one yet. Do I know which one? I don't think I do, because they could be part of the... Why are they gray and not green? Because Tapa clues indicate consecutive runs of shaded cells around their clue. Like this 1, 2 indicates 1 and 2. This 1, 4 indicates 1 and 4. 1 and 3, 4. Does it actually do me any good now that I know that this is part of the top of loop region? I know it has to be a top of loop clue because it's got multiple values in it, which makes all of these part of the top of loop region as well. Is that interesting for the 3? If it is, I don't see how. Could it be, is there something about this shaded cell that I'm missing? Because it feels like it could easily be shaded as long as it connects up to the 2, right? Like I could very well do something like, oh, is it maybe that this 3 can't be in the Tapa region? If the 3 were Tapa, well, no, there's still plenty of ways to make that work. Like, I mean, this would be fine, right? Yeah, it's not about the 4 owning the cells. You're probably thinking of like Nurikabe or something. Is it perhaps, can I prove that this is a Tapa clue? Because that would be interesting for, if it's not a Tapa clue and if I can prove that it's a Tapa clue, then all of a sudden the Tapa loop can't go through like this. It might still be able to go through like this, but it's either that or that, both of which would be pretty forcing. Right, the 1 and the 4 are 2 different types of clue, which is where this puzzle gets really confusing. Every clue is either a Tapa clue, which counts the shaded cells around it, a Tapa loop clue, which counts the loop runs around it, or it's a permaculture clue, which gives the number of borders between regions. So this 1 is cluing this border, this 1 is cluing this border, this 2 is cluing both of those borders, and this 3 is cluing all 3 of those. The one can only touch one gray? Why? The one clue is satisfied. It's got its border. It doesn't need any more. It doesn't give any information about the shaded cells, basically. It only gives information about the division between the Tapa section and the Tapa loop section. Okay, I can see that this guy, it can't... If it is Tapa loop, it can't do this for one of the ones, because then this Tapa is just stranded up here. It can't get connected to the other Tapa it's going to need down there eventually. For similar reasons, it also can't take both this and that. Because now, once again, we've cut the Tapa off from the rest of the grid. So it has to take this at a minimum. And either it takes this, which forces the Tapa out like that, or it takes this, which forces the Tapa down through the 2. I don't immediately see why either one doesn't work. But it's touching 2 cells. Again, this one is not a Tapa clue. It's a permaculture clue. It's cluing this border specifically of the adjacent edges, not including the actual border of the grid. It's basically saying how many of these cells belong to the other region, which in this case is 1. It's that guy. And this wasn't my Secret Santa gift, this was my Wichtel gift, which is like the Logic Masters Germany Secret Santa, and generally includes insane puzzles like this. Is it maybe the fact that there's a 2 in there as well? Like, for instance, if this were the 1, I'd need the Tapa to be coming through here. So where could the 2 possibly go? It would have to take this cell. The Tapa would have to come through there. Yeah, that's just broken, isn't it? Because where is this 2 going? Can't go there. Can't go here, because then this loop end is just stranded. Maybe it has to do with the loop ends up here and how they escape. Yeah, okay, here's a point. The 1, and the 2, of the 4 corner cells, they all take 1. The 1s, because if they took a center cell, then they just get stuck. And the 2s, because they always take 2 cells next to each other, which, no matter where you put that, always takes a corner cell. So if this were a Tapa-like loop clue, could it take both of those cells? I suppose, interestingly, regardless of which cells it takes, I don't think I can do this version, because it would have to escape up there, and then... Oh my gosh, could I do that? Well, no, this is the one we just looked at, where this loop end is getting stuck up here. That's an ugly way to view it, though. If I took both of these cells, then the Tapa is escaping like this. Can't escape into the 3, because then, well, the 3 can't even get 3 borders now, because these are in the same region. So it would have to escape this way. But could it possibly escape through there? Is that fine? Well, no, because now where am I getting my 2 1s for this guy? Yeah, once I swing around this guy, the 2 1s, which can't come from up there, one of them has to come from down there. Shaded has to escape down this way. Ah, but that couldn't be part of a 2. Ah! Right. Okay, here's the point. If I take these 2 cells, this is either part of a 1 or a 2. But it's definitely going either like this, or both. And either one is going to stop the shaded cells from escaping around it. So I can't take both of those, which means that I would absolutely have to take both of those. And now isn't this guy trouble? Because it would have to be the 2. It couldn't be the 1 without trapping the shaded cells. And if it's the 2, no matter where my shaded cells are escaping, if they escape around this way, then it's sending a loop end up into the top of the grid. And if they escape around this way, in order to avoid sending a loop end up into the top of the grid, like... Oh, could I go like that, maybe? No, because regardless, how is this end escaping? It can't go down here, because that's going to be 3. So it has to go like that, and I'm just closing the loop on itself. So weirdly, this cannot be a Tapa loop clue. Because trying to make this cell part of a 1 or 2 breaks, and trying to make both of these cells part of a 1 or a 2 breaks when the shaded cells try and escape around them. And if this is not a Tapa loop clue, then it is a Tapa clue. And that means, what does that mean for the escaping of the Tapa loop, which I know is up here, because either these shaded cells are escaping like this, in which case this 2 is definitely not Tapa. So it's also definitely not Slitherlink, so it's going to be a Tapa loop clue. Or it's escaping through the 2, in which case I have a border somewhere here that's going to produce Tapa loop. So either way, I have Tapa loop somewhere up in this region that needs to escape down the grid. And now I propose that it can't escape on this side of this clue. Is that right? I can see it obviously can't escape here, because the top is just broken. Why can't it escape here? Well, I can say I think that the Tapa and the Tapa loop have to escape on opposite sides of this clue. Because if they both went over, well, if they both went to the right, that's obviously broken, and this is obviously broken. I don't think they can both go over either, because one of them would have to go here. Well, not necessarily. There, there. I don't think I could go here. Could I? What would that be? The 3 would not be Slitherlink, so it would have to be... If it's Tapa, then it's also taking this cell. Oh, maybe that does just work. 1, 1, 2. But then this is very constrained as a Tapa clue. Maybe it's this clue I need to worry about. Where can I actually get shaded cells around here? I'm basically going to have shaded cells on all sides of that clue. What is the clean win here? Do I know for a fact now that this all being Tapa loop is going to be difficult? Because the 3 would have to be a Tapa loop, so that would all have to be Tapa loop. Oh, that's almost a problem for the 1, 1, 2 clue. No, it is a problem. Yeah, because if the 3 is Tapa loop, we already established it can't be Slitherlink because it would just be a single cell region. If it's Tapa loop, its Tapa loop can't go like this because that's going to make this a Slitherlink clue and it's just trapped. And it can't go like this for the same reason, so it has to go like that. So that's making all of this Tapa loop. I guess I should start with this cell. If this cell is Tapa loop, it goes all the way down to here, which means this is not Tapa, it is Tapa loop, so I have to do this. And now, the shaded cells, they have to escape out this way. In fact, this 3 means they can't take that cell, so they have to escape out this way. Could they take that cell if the 3 is a... Oh, maybe they could take that cell. Only if 3 is a Slitherlink clue like that. That could be the 1, that could be the 2, and that could be another 1. It actually is still possible. Whoa. This puzzle is nuts. You know what I just realized, actually? Isn't there a uniqueness argument up here? Because if this is the state of the world, then this has to be the top of loop. This 2 has to be... it could still be Tapa. And then how do I resolve these 2 cells? I don't. They could both either be Tapa or Tapa loop. Either one is fine. So weirdly, I do know that that's not the state of the world. I just don't know why yet. Hello, 99% sneaky. Thank you for the follow. I don't usually do puzzle solving on this channel, by the way. Just in case you were wondering. Every now and then. Man, that is really wild that it's possible to get this Tapa to work like that. When this 3 is taking up... No, what was it? It was like that, right? Is there a way to see the solution? Nope. This one doesn't even have answer check. It just came in a PDF. I can tell you some things about the solution that I figured out. I don't know how to prove it. Happy April Fool's Day Eve. I do wonder if I'm missing some big brain, like the shaded cells have to get connectivity, the Tapa loop cells have to get connectivity, and the loop can't go through the 3s, the Tapa can't go through the 3s, and for some reason that means that there can't be loop anywhere up here. Oh, actually, loop, yeah, hang on. If this is a Tapa loop clue, then it has to have loop cells. And they have to be here. Does that break this thing? Surely. Wait, no, it can't break this thing because this is the correct solution. Because the other one has uniqueness issues. What? How does this not break? Can it go across here, maybe? And then this is 1, 1, 2, like, oh, like that, probably. Wow. Something like that. Okay, so that's roughly what the solution is gonna look like, but what's the problem with the alternative, huh? Why doesn't the alternative work? How are you supposed to know if you're doing it right? Just logically. I assume that whoever made this puzzle built a logical solution path in, and so far it's been pretty consistent. There's definitely been some wild tricks involved, but It does feel very tempting just to guess and see which one is correct. As far as knowing, like, if I've got the correct solution, I presume that when we finish, if we finish, it's very unlikely that misinterpreting the rules will lead to a unique solution. Which, I mean, it's technically still possible that what I've done so far has all been under a misinterpretation of the rules and just so happened to work out, and now is the part where it finally fails, but the fact that we've got this much information already in the grid makes me suspect that the rules are what I think they are. Is there some big brain reason why wrapping this all the way around the edge of the grid doesn't work? Like something to do with this 2-3 maybe, which now can't be Tapa and therefore would have to be Tapa loop. That 4 would have to be Tapa loop. That 1-2 would have to be Tapa loop, so it would have to be... Well, I don't know what it would have to be. We would have to use that cell. In fact, the 4 would have to be like that. This would be the 3, but it could be either that or that. Both are fine. 1-2. Lots of ways of making that happen. The 3, of course, going into the 2. Oh no, the 3 going into the 2. How could I be so blind? Right. Okay, that's embarrassing, but can this cell be Tapa loop? If it's Tapa loop, it's obviously got to connect to this stuff, but it can't. I can't have any of these cells be Tapa, because if any of these cells were Tapa, like these specifically, if any of these were Tapa, they'd be connecting to the Tapa, and the Tapa loop would be connecting to the Tapa loop, and they would cross across each other, which is not allowed. So this 3 would have to take, those would also have to be part of the Tapa loop. This 3 can't be Slitherlink, because there's simply not enough room to place borders around it. So it would be a Tapa loop clue. It couldn't be this Tapa loop clue, because then this 3 becomes Slitherlink, and all of a sudden I need to have 3 borders around it, and the loop is just stuck. And for the same reason, the Tapa loop can't go here, so it would have to go here. But now this 2 is not a Tapa loop clue. It's in the Tapa loop region, which means it has to be a Slitherlink clue, which means I get 2 Slitherlink borders there and there. And now where does the loop go? It goes into this cell, and the 3 is broken. The 3 should be a 4. I overlooked that for so long, but it does mean that, okay, so forget all the faff I did about this clue. In fact, let's unshade this. Let's do it properly. This is now in the Tapa region. And by the same argument as before, all of these cells are also in the Tapa region, which means that this 2 is not a Slitherlink clue, it's a Tapa clue, so I can unshade both of those. This 2 has 3 Tapa cells around it, so it can't have 2 borders around it. It can have either 1 or 3, but it's definitely not a Slitherlink clue. It's definitely not a Tapa clue, because if it were a Tapa clue and it were unshaded, the Tapa is going around like that. That's not going to work. So it is a Tapa-like loop clue, and we do get this into the grid. And we do get all of this as the Tapa escapes. Man, I should have seen that sooner, but all right, we got it now. All right, let's see what you're talking about with the ones. Yeah, that's... I get what you're saying, but that's not the way the puzzle works. They both have one border below them, right? I'll let you see if you can explain what's going on there. I'm gonna keep working on the progress I got here. So now this guy obviously can't be top a loop, because if this is top a loop, the ones have to be there and there, because this is top a region. So I can't put a 1 there and I can't put a 1 there. And now the 2, actually I guess this is not trivial to show that it's not. Yeah, the point is, if this guy were to go over here, then this loop is just closing in on itself. There's no way for it to escape. So one of these ends is going to escape through here. The other end has to escape through here. And all of a sudden, we've got a run of 3 and a 1-1-2 clue. So that's not top a loop, so that has to be top a, which means that this loop that's escaping can't come through here, because if it came through here, then how am I going to get 1-1-2 in these cells? The best I could do would be 1-1-1. So these two loops have to escape through here and here. And now the 1-1-2 is maximal. Of these 6 cells, I have 4 of them shaded and 2 of them unshaded to separate the groups. So I can shade both of those cells. These shaded cells can't escape down this run, so they have to take this cell at least. Now by the 2x2, they can't take this cell, so they have to take this one as well. That's unshaded if it's in the top region, which it certainly is. I get this shaded by top maximality, which means this one is just stuck in there now, so it's definitely unshaded. Or rather, it's definitely part of the top region. These guys are escaping like so. In fact, they're doing a lot of escaping now. All of this stuff is in the Tapa loop region. This 3, I think, has to be Tapa. Can't be Tapa loop and can't be Slitherlink. Yeah. So now I can draw in a lot of edges from all the new stuff we discovered. This 2-3 now can't be Tapa, so it has to be Tapa loop. So I can draw in this as well. One more edge there. As expected, based on my earlier mega bifurcation, this is a Tapa loop clue. This shaded cell has to escape, so that's shaded. Doesn't want to go into there. Don't know where it goes from here, because it could still go into the 2, or it could go to that cell. Don't know what this is, other than that it's in the Tapa region. Are these ones interesting now? For a long time, I was thinking it was going to be something crazy with these ones, how they can't both be Tapa loop, and if they have Tapa around them, then these loop segments have to escape through here, basically. But I haven't actually got that much more information about the Tapa loop. I've basically just got this segment. So it's probably not related to those ones. It's got to be something with these guys, right? I bet this 3 has to be Tapa, right? If this were Tapa loop, as we mentioned before, it can't cross here into this 3 because we get stranded. So it would have to be this Tapa loop. Right, and obviously that just traps my shaded cells. They now can't escape because this is unshaded. They can never connect to this group or the groups that are going to be around this 111 clue. So you're not Tapa loop, you are Tapa. You have to take this cell. These shaded cells escaping, they have to come through here. So that's unshaded. In fact, that just finishes my 3 Tapa. Now, how is this group escaping? That's the question. Could go through this too. Could go through this too. Could just... No, it can't skirt along the top there. It might be able to go through that. No, it can't go through that too. Unless it does like... Yeah, no, it can't go through that too. It has to escape through this too, doesn't it? Which I think means that this has to be Tapa loop, which is huge. But let's just go through that. So the shaded cells can't escape through this 3, because as soon as they touch the 3, it becomes a Slitherlink clue and gets 3 more borders around it. They can't escape through this 2, because as soon as they touch this 2, it's a Slitherlink clue. It needs 2 more borders around it, which would be there and there. And now the shaded cells, they simply can't escape this way. This cannot be shaded because it can't be a Slitherlink clue. So the only way for these shaded cells to get connected to the shadeds that we know are down here is through this 2. Oh, but they could go this way. No, they can't go this way because of the 3 clue. This cell, if it is part of the Tapa, is unshaded. So it has to take either one of these 2 cells. One of those is unshaded, and whichever one it is, that uses up 2 of the places I can get borders around this guy. So I've got 1 border here, and then either 1 border here and it escapes down, or 1 border here and it escapes to the left. Either way, this is in the Tapa loop region. And that being in the Tapa loop region is huge, because now none of these can be in the Tapa region without trapping it. So it has to come all the way down and around here. And now I can do all the previous logic I did on this 4 clue, which can't go into here because it'll get stuck, so it has to be this. So I can shade all of those. This 1, 2, don't know where it goes, but I know it definitely uses that cell. Don't know about the 2, 3 yet, but I do know that it can't be a Tapa clue, because if it were a Tapa clue, it only has enough room for 5 shaded cells and it wouldn't be able to separate them. So that's a Tapa loop clue. Now, the question is, do I know that this loop and this loop have to connect through here? I do, right? Because if these guys connected anywhere else in the grid, they're separating the shaded cells around this clue from the shaded cells up here. There's no way. The only way to connect both of those simultaneously. Yeah, here's the point. Through this channel, I know I have loop segments in this part of the region and loop segments in this part of the region. So through this channel, I need at least 2 loop segments to come, and I can just barely get 2 loop segments to come through here. And now the 111 Tapa is just done. it's forced to be like that, and I can continue these segments even further. This one is now around the 2-3 clue, which is only going to work like that. The 2-3 clue is now done. The 1-3 clue still needs its one, which has to go there as we expected by uniqueness. That, and all of these are now in the top of loop region. Awesome. What else? The shaded cells. These are both, well, they're either unshaded or they're in the... Actually, no, I do know they're both unshaded, right? Because if either of these were in the top of loop region, then they would be essentially forming a checkerboard pattern with the regions, and it would be cut off. There would be no way to get the shaded cells to connect and also the top of loop cells to connect. So those are both unshaded. They are in the Tapa region. These shaded cells are escaping like so. This 2-4 has got to be Tapa, right? There's no way it can be Tapa loop. There's simply not enough cells around it for a Tapa loop. So this is Tapa. That's shaded. This 1-5, same thing, right? I've only got 5 cells left that are not part of Tapa around it. So there's no way this could be Tapa loop. This also has to be Tapa. And if this is Tapa, then it's got to be that. This is surely part of, yeah, for the same reason. It connects diagonally to the other cells of the Tapa loop region. And so if this were Tapa loop, it would cut off connectivity. So that's unshaded and part of the Tapa region. More edges into the grid. Does this puzzle have a name? Not as far as I know. Does it have a name? Let me check the PDF. No name. It's just Wichtel 2023 puzzle. Right. That was a sudden flurry of progress once I realized my mistake up here. Awesome. Let's see if we can keep it going. What else? What else? These guys, they have to keep going around. Like so. This shaded cell has to keep escaping. So these guys keep coming out. Eventually these shaded cells are going to have to move together. It's looking a little cramped actually for the loop to get connected, because now these loop segments, they all have to connect over here, don't they? Or can they connect down here? No, they can't connect down there, because that's where the shaded cells are connecting. Yeah, these shaded cells can't connect through here, which means that if the loop didn't connect through here, then I'd simply have what's the clean way of looking at this? I'm quite confident that I need 2 loop segments coming through here somehow. And they can't come through the 3, and they can't come through this cell. So doesn't that mean they come through here and here? That's huge for this one, because it means there's going to be a top of coming from up there. Let me just think through that. Let's just follow this border. It goes around to here. And then somehow down to there. If if the loop does not connect through here, does not connect through this channel basically, then it has to connect around that channel. And if the loop connects around that channel, that means the shaded cells have to connect through it. And if the shaded cells connect through it, then they're either going to break this 3 by going through it, or they're going to have to connect through this unshaded cell. That's very cool. So this 3, first it stops you from connecting the shaded cells this way, and now it stops you from connecting the loop this way. And the loop can't enter this cell because it would have to go into the 3. So the 3 is effectively blocking the loop from using both of these cells, and so it has to come through there and there. The shaded cells continue to escape. Now, do I know which one of these two cells... Actually, it doesn't matter which of these two cells is unshaded for the Tapa, because regardless, the Tapa can't connect to its friends through here, because it'll break the 3 clue. That 3 can't be a Slitherlink clue now, and it can't be a Tapa clue. So the Tapa cell, wherever it is around this 1 clue, and there must be a Tapa cell, because there must be a border, it has to get connected to the rest of the Tapa up through here. And that means that the loop, yeah, they have to go through there. Brilliant. And through there. And I can draw in some edges. This 1 needs a border, it has to be there. This guy now, since that's a border, that's going to be a Tapa cell, so this guy has to go through there. And this 3 can't be Tapa loop, and it can't be Tapa, so it's got to be Slitherlink. Can't have a checkerboard. And in fact, just this loop has to continue anyway. All right, progress is happening. Now what? Not sure I can do it. Maybe this 3. Or maybe these shaded cells, actually, which also have to get connected. Could they come through here? That seems unlikely. Because then the 2, the 2 would be part of the... would it? There's something going on up here. I think this is the next spot we have to look. Okay, this I can surely say is part of the Tapa region. Because if it's part of the Tapa loop region, it's just however it loops back around to these cells, it's going to cut off these cells. It's basically the whole checkerboard idea again with this cross. So that's Tapa, and same thing for this cell has to be Tapa because of these crosses. Once I join one to the other, it's going to stop these guys from connecting. So that's Tapa. I want to say it's unlikely for this cell to be shaded, because then this would have to be... Well, no, not necessarily. It could be... Could it be Tapa loop and connect like that and have something like that? That is possible. Actually, that seems very likely. Okay. So if this is unshaded, what's the problem? Maybe the question is, can this 3 be a Tapa clue? No, actually, that seems fine too. I don't see why this 3 can't be Tapa if the Tapa goes something like that. Well, it couldn't take these cells, but oh, that's gonna break the 2, isn't it? Because the 2 would have to be Tapa. Yeah, it's got to be about this 2. If the 2 is unshaded. Yeah, okay, I think I see the point. If the 2 is, well, first of all, let's say if the 2 is part of the Tapa loop region, we've got problems for exactly the same region, this sort of cross going on here. It either the Tapa loop is going to trap this, or the shaded cells are going to trap this. So it's not Tapa loop, it is Tapa. But in being Tapa, it can't be a Tapa clue, because if it were a Tapa clue, the shaded cells would have to escape out here, and it would be at least a 3. So it must therefore be a Slitherlink clue, and it's already got 2 Tapa cells next to it, so the other 2 must be Tapa loop cells. And now the only way for this shaded to escape, it can't come through here because it can't go into this cell. So it has to, whoops, it has to escape out through this channel, which makes the 3 unshaded. And could the 3 be Tapa loop? Maybe? What did I have it as before? Oh, I didn't have it as anything before. Okay, yeah. So the 3 could be Tapa loop. In fact, probably is, right? If it were Tapa, yeah, if it's Tapa, it's broken. Could it be Slitherlink? Either way, it's in the Tapa loop region. Because it can't be in the Tapa region and be Slitherlink if it's got 2 Tapa cells next to it. So now this 3 clue is valid either if this cell is in the Tapa region or if the Tapa loop goes like that. Both of those are fine. Do I know anything about this 1-3 yet? Seems very unlikely for it to be Tapa. Yeah, no, it's not possible for it to be Tapa because these loop ends up here, they have to escape. And if they don't escape through here, then they both have to escape this way and they just close the loop. So one of them is escaping down here, which makes this part of the Tapa loop region. And now if this 1-3 is Tapa, then this cell is just isolated. It's just stuck. So this is not Tapa. This is Tapa loop. It's already got its 3, so that has to extend. And there's its 1. So that is all good. That cell's definitely Tapa loop region. So is that one. This cell is also definitely Tapa loop region, because if this were Tapa, then from Tapa to Tapa, we'd have 1 loop crossing, and we need 2. Yeah, here we go again. This is the really cool logic from earlier. If any of these cells belong to the Tapa region, any of these at all, then I'd need the loop to sneak underneath them in order for the Tapa region to be able to connect to itself. and also have the loop escape. And the loop can't sneak underneath any of them because of the 1-3 clue. So all of these are part of the top of loop region. And that means, well, no, this could still be a Slitherlink clue. But this cell, oh, this is going to be big. I don't see how yet, but it's going to be big. This cell as well, if this were part of the topper region, then when it connects to the rest of it, this loop end, it can't swing around. It has to escape like this, and it can't do because the 1-3 clue is cordoning it off. So this is also top a loop. So now this is either a top a loop clue, in which case this can't be a top a loop clue because no matter where I put this one, it could be either there or there. But then this is not going to be a top a loop clue because it's got segments of 2. Or it's a Slitherlink clue, in which case this is part of a Tapa region. Either way, this is not a Tapa loop clue. It's either Slitherlink. Ooh, could it be Slitherlink even? I don't think it can be Slitherlink. Okay, first of all, it can't be... I don't think it can be part of the Tapa loop region, period. Because if it were part of the Tapa loop region, this guy now definitely can't be Slitherlink, so it has to be a Tapa loop clue. But then, no matter where I put it, this guy can't be a Tapa loop clue, so it would have to be a Slitherlink clue. Oh no, it could be a Slitherlink clue. That would be fine. Yeah, that's okay. I do know it's unshaded. I proved before, if it were shaded, we get the same issue where it's going to connect to its Tapa friends, and so the loop has to join underneath it like that. And that was a problem because... I mean, I don't remember why, but I know it was a problem. So this could be a Slitherlink clue in the Tapa region, or in the Tapa loop region. Can't be a Tapa loop clue. Could it be a Tapa clue? That's the only other option. Maybe. The loop would have to go around like this, and then this cell would have to be shaded for that Tapa to be valid, and then it would connect around like that. So maybe. Would that break this 2 clue? No, it could be a Slitherlink clue with 2 cells on either side. Okay. Something else then? No, it's got to be these ones, surely. I just have to figure out how. Or I could look at the obvious stuff. This 2-4 clue is done. So this is escaping through here. This has to be part of the Tapa region, right? Because if it were Tapa loop, it would isolate stuff. Okay, that didn't actually get me much. The Tapa is definitely escaping next to this clue. Actually, I guess it could go through the clue even. Yeah, it's only mildly interesting. What were the 2 options up here? Either this was a Slitherlink clue in the Tapa loop region, in which case I think it could still be either one of those. This would be a Tapa loop clue, and we'd get that. Oh, wait, no, this is way easier than I'm making it. This cell can't be in the Tapa region. For the same reason, coming through this channel, I have loops on both sides, so I'd need 2 loops coming through this channel if this were part of Tapa, but I can only get 1 loop coming through that channel. So that's Tapa loop. Probably this is Tapa loop for the same reason, right? Because if this were connected, yeah, I can only get 1 through this cell. Same thing for this guy. And now this is just... Actually, do I know? Could it be... I think it could just barely be Tapa if this loop comes all the way around here. Maybe it's this too. No, that's still fine. That seems likely, actually, because that would force a lot. What's the alternative if this were Tapa loop? That would be Tapa loop, so that would not be Tapa loop. It would have to be Slitherlink. Oh, so either way, aha, right. If this were Tapa loop region, that would be Tapa loop region, and now both of these could not be Slitherlink clues. They'd have to be Tapa loop clues, and that is not possible. These cannot both be Tapa loop clues because... what was the reason for it again? This one, I think, could not go here. Could not go here. Could not go here, because then it would break this one. So it would have to go here, but then this too would have to be a Slitherlink clue, which simply doesn't work. Right. So this is definitely a Tapa region escaping through here, and the loop, I need to get back under here. I need 2 loop crossings through here, so I have to have at least something coming up this way. It could come like that, or it could come like that, but it's going somewhere. No, it can't, because that means once I put a loop on this, it can't be a Tapa loop clue. So it has to be a Slitherlink clue. So this is Tapa. And that means that if this is one shaded cell next to it, it's got to be this guy. So there go the shaded cells. All right. This continues up there and around here, and these are all joined. This now is a permaculture clue, so the line goes like that. Right. Now what? This is in the Tapa region. I just don't know what shaded or unshaded it is yet. I feel like it's unlikely for these shaded cells to escape up here. Right? If they escaped up there... could they go through the 2? Or that would be a Tapa loop clue? I want all of these to be just Tapa clues and just finish with a Tapa. But... oh, maybe this one's interesting. Is this interesting? Could you be Tapa? I think you could, actually. Something like that would be fine. Well, it would break the 2-3, but something like that, perhaps. That would break the 1-5, but you get the idea. There's something in that space that works, probably. I looked at that 1, 1, 3 and that 1, 5 earlier, and I found, what was it, one way that worked? I think it was something like this. But that would break the 2, 3 now. If those were both Tapa, they would break the 2, 3. And I don't think I can have one of them be Tapa and one of them be Tapa-like loop, which suggests that they're both Tapa loop. Yeah, let's have a look at this. I think they're both Tapa loop because if this were a Tapa clue, let's start there. It couldn't have a 1 here, or else it would be unable to escape, and it couldn't have a 1 here, or else it would be unable to escape. So I couldn't, for instance, I couldn't unshade any of the corner cells, basically, because as soon as I unshade one of the corner cells, then this guy has to be shaded. Can't be a 1, so it's got to be a 3. And then it finishes like this, and this cell is trapped. So if this is Tapa, all of the corner cells are shaded. This guy now can't be Tapa loop, because it would have to be this, and this 1 is trapped. So it has to be Tapa. And what's the point? This guy can't be a 1, right? That's the point. If this guy were a 1, it would have to escape like this, and now this 2, 3 is broken. It would have to be like that. So if this guy can't be a 1, then it's a 3. It's either this 3 or this 3. Either way, I can unshade both of those. And now this 1, 5 is either that or that. Either way, these 3 are shaded, and this 3 is just broken. It has to be a permaculture clue, but it can't get 3 borders around it. Yeah, so this is not Tapa. This is Tapa loop, which I think means that this is also Tapa loop, right? This being Tapa loop, I was going to say it has to take the 4 corners still, but I'm not sure that's true. It has to take 3 of the 4 corners. Could this guy avoid taking one of these 2 corners if it were Tapa? No, right? Oh no, it could just. But that would still break the 3. Right. If this is Tapa, then where does the 5 go? It can't go across the 3. We already established that. So it's going to go across these 3 cells. Or is that true? No, it could go like this. No, it can't go like this. Even that's a problem, because the 3, these would both be Tapa, and it needs 3 borders around it if it's going to be shaded. So this 5, if this is a Tapa clue, the 5 is definitely going across here. And that breaks this clue, whether it's Tapa, in which case it would have to be like this, breaking that clue, or whether it's Tapa-like loop, because now it simply doesn't have enough room to get all of its loop segments in. It would have to be like 1, 3, 1, or 3, 1, 1, or something like that. So this is also Tapa loop. Can I do the same trick with the 5? I think I can. If the 5 goes here or here, say here for instance, then these cells are both Tapa loop cells, and the 3, which is now on a loop and therefore can't be a Tapa loop clue, it needs 3 borders around it. It can't get 3 borders around it. Also, a loop can't go into a 3 anyway, because it would just get trapped. So that must mean that at the very least, the loop goes through these 3 cells, and that is the 3 for this region. So the 1s are there and there. Hi, Dan Park. I also don't remember if you followed for Knit or for TAS. It is an interesting puzzle. It's a very cool puzzle. I am really happy with my Wichtel gift. Yeah, okay, and also this 1-5. Oh, well, no, it could still do that. Yeah. Yeah, I can't immediately eliminate that case. This 2-3, though, this is the 3 and this is the 2. Right. This is the 3 and this is the 2. So if this guy goes here, then where is this guy going? It's either making a 5 or it's making a 3-3. So this one has to go down. And it doesn't want to join to itself, so it has to come like this. That finishes the 2-3. This turns that way. This guy comes up. Can't go through the clue, so it's got to go up to there. Oh, and now, well, a while ago, I figured out that now this too has got its second border. So the shaded cells are escaping this away. This line can keep going through. The shaded cells can keep coming through. This line can keep coming through. We're closing in on a finish. Almost there. All of these have to be... Yeah, all of these have to be part of the... In fact, this cell as well. The top like loop, because otherwise there would be one loop in between them and the border. That is quite interesting. It feels like we're not going to have enough information to resolve this uniquely, but I'm sure we are. Right, is this 3 maybe interesting now? I think it could be part of the Tapa region if this line keeps going like that. I mean, heck, it could be a... In fact, it does have to be a... Yeah, it can't be a Tapa-like loop clue. If it were a Tapa-like loop clue, wherever the 1 goes for this guy is going to make it definitely not 3. Like that or like that. Yeah, that's never a Tapa-like loop clue. So that's either... It can't be a Tapa-like loop Slitherlink either, because then all of these would have to be in the Tapa region, and where am I getting my 1 for this clue? Nowhere. So this is in the Tapa region. Don't know how it gets there yet. I think it could even conceivably go like this, because I could still get 2 loop segments underneath it. Actually, no, yeah. No, I couldn't. Because if it went this way, and I need 2 loop segments underneath it, because when it connects to its top of friends, the loop's going to be isolated. So the loop would have to go like this, and that breaks the 1-2 clue. So these are not the 2 borders. I have at least 1 border here. And it either goes up like that or like that, somehow. I do still, maybe this is the easier way to see this, is that I still need 2 loop segments going underneath this guy. And I can't run this across all 3 of these cells without breaking this. So this loop segment has to take this cell. And therefore the second loop segment has to take this cell. So these are both top a loop. And therefore the 3 does not escape down this way. It is interesting that the 3, I think, could still technically be shaded. Like, there's nothing saying this has to be unshaded. It could just go join like that. That would be fine. It is also interesting now looking at the grid how most of it is top a loop, or at least it looks like most of it is top a loop. The top of section is really just this narrow strip that's kind of going through the grid. Could this possibly be the one forcing the top to come out like this? It would have to be unshaded in that case. And it would make the 1-3 an unshaded top clue. No, that doesn't work. Right. Yeah, if the 1 went up here, and my tapa is escaping like so, then where is this 1-3 getting its tapa? This can't be shaded because it's just stuck. So the 1-3 is taking either this or this, but either way, now how am I getting two loop ends out the bottom here? Again, I have the same problem with this 1-2. This guy can't, it has to go upward to the left, and it can't do that. So that's not the 1 for this clue. That's the 1. So that's the 5. Whoops. This guy goes there. I've got shaded cell there. This guy goes there. Slowly creeping along that top edge. Right, I guess that's how the tapa loop gets resolved. It does that. And this 1-5 is now complete, so it can't take this cell. Well, more specifically, it can't take that cell because it would break the 3. This 2 now can't be a tapa clue. If this were a tapa clue, the tapa would just get trapped. It needs at least 3 to continue on. So this is either tapa loop or permaculture. Both of them seem pretty free. Seems like there's lots of ways to make that happen. Yeah, okay. I've done most of the clues around this side of the grid. I've got what? This 3 is more or less done. I know that it either goes like that or like that, and that's going to finish it off. I've got this 2, which this 1-3 maybe? But I think that could still be tapa even. It could do something like this maybe. Well, okay, can't do that specifically, but actually that is interesting. How would it get? Oh, it could go through the. No, it couldn't go through. It could do that. That would be fine. No, it couldn't do that. It would have to do because the tube would be broken. Whoa. It feels like it's possible for the 1-3 to be Tapa, but I honestly don't actually see how. Is it possible for it to be Tapa loop? Surely. Yeah, there's got to be a billion ways to do that. One of them would be like that. Is it about Tapa connectivity? This 3-3 is certainly interesting. I feel like it's going to be Tapa. Tapa loop seems unlikely, but I can't put my finger on why. Maybe it's a question of if any of them can be loop cells. Maybe that's what's unlikely. Like if this were a loop cell, then the Tapa would have to come through here, and all of a sudden I've got the line. When I connect this to the other Tapa-like loop, it's gonna trap shaded cells somewhere. So, in fact, none of these can be Tapa loop. Or they can be Tapa loop, but none of them can be loop, which is important because now the 3-3 simply doesn't have enough cells to be a Tapa loop. Because if any of these cells were part of the loop, then by connecting them through here, I've like, let's say this cell was part of the loop. It's connected to this cell both by loop and by unshaded cells. That's two connections. That means it's encircling either this group of shaded cells or this group of shaded cells. So this cannot be Tapa loop. It has to be Tapa. Right. what can I say about that? Something to do with this 2, perhaps? Could this possibly be... Okay, here's one that's broken. If these are unshaded, or well, if these are unshaded, then my shaded cells for the 3-3 have to go like that. These shaded cells have to escape like that, and now this 2 is just broken. It has to be a permaculture clue, but it's got 0 borders around it. So these are shaded. That's unshaded or permaculture. Same thing if these guys were unshaded. I just get this, and now, again, this can only get 1 border. So these are shaded. And same problem if I unshade these guys, then these are my shaded cells. Oh, but this could be right. Then these are not borders around this too. So these two have to be the borders, which makes both of these permaculture. And now, or not permaculture, both of them top a loop. And now this group of shaded cells is just isolated. So it has to be like this. that just is the way that it works. And now this 2 has 3 Tapa cells around it, so it can't be... Well, A, it can't be Tapa, obviously not. It also can't be... It can't have 2 borders around it, so it's got to be Tapa loop, of all things. And it's got to be these 2. That's wild, but alright, there it is. That definitely can't be Tapa loop. Don't quite know how the shaded cells are escaping yet. They've still got options. Nice progress. Yeah, we're closing in. What is going to be the last thing to fall? Maybe now it's this 1-3, now that I can't shade across here. Could this possibly be Tapa? I don't actually remember why it couldn't. Okay, but we do have... Wait, we've got these 2 loop ends that have to come through here. In particular, this loop end is going through this guy. Could this loop end go up and around? Well, either way... Right. I know this loop end joins to here. Because if it doesn't... In fact, let me just... Bup. Let me just make that clear. Because if it didn't join to there, then it's going along the bottom and it's running into this 1-2 clue and making it a 3. So it has to take that cell. In so doing, this loop end, I don't know whether it goes like this or like this, but either way, it's going to take this cell. That's part of the loop. And therefore, the shaded cells have to come through here, and therefore the loop has to come through here, and there, and there, and there, and that is my 1-2 done. I can get rid of the diagonal lines now. So that comes through there, that comes through there. These are all in the top of loop region. This guy got to go up, but not close the loop. This, again, can either go there or there. We don't know. Shaded cells have to continue whoop like that. That's unshaded. That's shaded. That finishes off that section. And these lines close like that. And now we are really final step. Final step. What piece of this is impossible? Okay, well now surely the 1-3 can't be Tapa loop. Or sorry, it can't be Tapa. Because if it were Tapa, this couldn't be the 1. This couldn't be the 1 because the 3 would have to go there and make it 2x2. So it would have to be 3-1 like that. Oh, I thought this was going to break, but maybe not. Maybe that's just fine. Okay, well, I can see that the loop can't go around this guy, because then it definitely is broken. It's not Tapa and it's not Tapa loop, so what is it? So the loop is going through here. That's interesting, because we don't have many cells left that can be loop now. Like this 1 to 3, could it possibly be? No, it can't possibly be Tapa loop anymore, because this is no good for the 1, and this is no good for the 1. Because of the 1-5. The 1-5 is done, so that can't be a thing, and also because the 3 can't extend all the way out there. So this is Tapa. And it therefore is like that. And therefore these shaded cells, that's unshaded. In fact, there's no way we're getting the Tapa loop region over here. That's going to isolate these shaded cells. So that's unshaded. That's Tapa, I know that. Home stretch, what's it going to be? What's the last thing that's going to break this apart? This 2. This 2 is not Tapa, and it's not... Actually, no, it could still be Tapa loop. Wow. This clue's good. This clue... Ah, now this is the Tapa there, so it needs a third border, which has to go here. So that is Tapa loop up there. And I have a uniqueness issue. Oh, no. Oh, no. The cell can now either be shaded or unshaded. That must mean I've broken it somewhere else, but where? Row 12, column 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ah, yeah, it is. How did that happen? When I did the... No, it's a Tapa loop clue. Yeah, that guy's fine. So what's stopping me from... Okay, this... This is Tapa, for sure. If it were unshaded, I would have to do like that. And now this 2 is broken. So that's shaded. I definitely have a Tapa here. So this 2 has to be Tapa loop. And that doesn't work, yeah. Because the only way to make it Tapa loop would be to make the loop go like that. Oh no, where did I make a mistake? All of this logic felt good. That seems reasonable. It can't be Tapa loop. It's got to be Tapa. Whoops. The only way for it to be Tapa is like that. Oh, could the 3 be atop a clue? Oh, and the shaded cells go around, and then the loop goes like that. I bet, yeah, that's the solution, isn't it? You could be atop a clue. Wow, I didn't even consider that as a possibility, but I think it can. I was so hung up on there's a 1-5 next to it. There's no way it can be atop a clue. Does that change any of the earlier logic? I don't think so, right? Because I know that it's in the Tapa region, one way or another. I know this can't be... Why do I know that this can't be Tapa? Right, because it'll force this to go there, and then... Or, yeah, I guess either way... No, it could do that. Okay. So maybe my logic was faulty. Okay, but it does have to be Tapa, right? Yeah, that's basically all I figured out. It has to be Tapa, and the loop, these loop guys, since this one can't go to there, it has to go along the bottom. Basically, this loop, and why can't this loop just go around it? Well, it could. But I do need 2 loops to go underneath this 3. Yeah, that's the point. So this loop has to take this, and the other loop has to take this. Because this loop can't go underneath that cell without breaking the 1, 2. So this loop goes into there, this loop goes into there. And I think it was the 3, 3 that broke me through the next part, was it? Because it couldn't be Tapa loop. Yeah, that's right. It couldn't be Tapa loop because all of those could not be loop. So this has to be Tapa. And this Tapa would break the 2 because that would isolate stuff. This Tapa would break the 2 because it couldn't get the necessary borders, and this Tapa would break the 2 because those 2 would isolate stuff. Yes, so it had to be this Tapa. And this now cannot be Tapa and cannot be borders, so it has to be Tapa like loop, which gives me that. And then I get all the cool stuff going on down here where this loop, whether it goes across here or up around here, it has to take this cell. And because the Tapa means that I can't shade that cell, the shaded cells have to come through here, which means that the loop guys have to come through here and here, which gives me the 1, 2. This has to come up through there. This can't go there because it'll close the loop too early, so it has to go there. This guy's coming through there. Not up into the 3 because the 3 is part of a Tapa region. This loop can't possibly go up around here because it'll break the 1, 3, whatever it is. So it has to go through there. These loop guys continue. The shaded cells continue. Unshaded, shaded, unshaded, and the loops. Yes. So now we're basically back to where we were, but with correct logic, which was mostly just the same as the logic we already did, but... Oh, and this 1-5? Can't go there because then the top is coming out through here. And the 1-3 is just broken, right? It would have to be that, which is broken for multiple reasons. So the 1-5 gets its 1 from there and the 5 from there. Yes. Okay, now this 1-3 can't be top a loop because I can't have that and I can't have this for the same reason that this 3 would make this tapa and it would be that 1-3. I guess the clean way to do it would be to mark, once I mark this X in for the loop, because of what would happen to this 1-3. Once I mark this X in, then A, this 1 can't go there, and B, this 1 can't go there. So this is not a tapa loop, this is a regular tapa clue. And it has to be like that, which makes that unshaded. Drawing all of these edges. Oops, still on that mode. And now this 2 is going to do it, right? Because if this were... This cell has to be part of the tapa, because if it were tapa loop, it's going to cut off the shaded cell connectivity. So this is part of the tapa, and because it's part of the tapa, this 2 now cannot be borders, because then both of these would be tapa loop. So this 2 is... It's not tapa, it's not borders, therefore it is tapa loop. And the only way I can get it is like this. And now I get the shaded cells connecting through here, which makes this 3 a tapa clue. The shaded cells connect through there. That's unshaded by 2x2 rule. And that's the solution to the puzzle. Whoa. Man, losing my voice over this one. That took probably like half an hour longer than it should have because of all the faffing about up here when I didn't notice the 3 and the 2. But man, that was glorious. What a Christmas present. I mean, my other Christmas present was good too, but this one was just like, oh, it's everything I love in a puzzle. It's a pencil puzzle, first of all. It's got a weird, wonky rule set, the sort of thing that I would set where it's like, some of these clues are this thing and some of these clues are this thing, and then you have the line between them is also clued. And then just the sheer like amount of geometric deductions that had to do with avoiding trapping one group inside of the other, like checkerboard style logic, like you would see in cave puzzles and that sort of thing, but on steroids. I mean, maybe it's a like classic thing that you see in permaculture puzzles, but I haven't done many permaculture puzzles, so I greatly enjoyed digging up that logic for myself. Big thank you to whoever set this. Oh my gosh. The quality of puzzles that you see out of Wichtel is always flabbergasting. Yeah, and I think I'll probably call it there for the night. It went a bit longer than well, I can't say longer than I expected because it is a Wichtel puzzle. It had crazy rule set and topple like loop and ginormous grid. What is this, like 13 by 13? No, 18 by 18. Yeah, 18 by 18 grid. Oh, but just a very cool puzzle. I'm just so happy with that. And I'm excited to find out who my Wichtel was, if I ever do find out, or at the very least narrow it down. It's probably one of the English fellows. The PDF just looks like, you know, but maybe not. Maybe one of the Germans pulled a old, writing the PDF in English just to, well, maybe just to be nice. Who knows? Maybe they knew that I don't speak German. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever find out who set this, if they want to reveal themselves or if they want to remain anonymous or if I'll find out through process of elimination. Who cares? Beautiful puzzle. I loved it. Thank you, Vishto. What a treat. And I actually solved it all by myself. No hints from chat. So yay! That means I get to register my solve when it does eventually get published on Logic Masters Germany.